Good morning, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right. Good morning and welcome back to the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy meeting. Today is December the 12th, 2024, and I'll call the meeting back to order. Dr. Gandhi, if you could please do roll call and conflicts of interest.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Braswell is absent. Mr. Thorwald,
Here, no conflict of interest.
Ms. Nair,
Here and no new conflicts.
Ms. Davis,
Present, no conflicts today.
Ms. Walmsley,
Present remotely and no additional conflicts.
Ms. Lehan,
Present, no additional conflicts.
Mr. Dang,
I'm here, no conflict.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Here, no conflict.
Mr. Anderson.
Here, no conflict today.
One absent. Well, there's accounted for, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Next up, we're going to move to tab 25. I'm going to pull one item off that I'm recused from, and we can handle that item separately, which is item 25E for Kevin Starch. Is there anything else anybody wants to pull? All right, hearing none, this is the time and place for the board to consider consent agenda items 25A, 25B, 25C, 25D, 25F, 25G, 25H, and 25I. Does any respondent or board attorney wish to pull any of these cases from the consent agenda for further consideration? Are any of the parties present for these matters?
You have Qualen LLC reporting is present.
I'm sorry, what was the name again?
Qualgen LLC is a different agenda item. For the gentleman that's speaking, we're on agenda item number 25. Qualgen is number 21G, and we'll get to that a little bit later.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry, I can't visualize the agenda in the meeting at the same time. Thank you.
The parties that we're looking for, if you're present, are Stephanie Loretta Blosser, Jacqueline Rivera, Jennifer Denise Verdugo Diaz, Jamara Tajane Ruffin, Adelana Granada, Ishnaya Atiana Shelley, Flor Valdez Ismero, or no Valdez Escajada. Are any of those parties present? Hearing none, will the state's attorneys please introduce themselves?
Jean Galvin, Assistant Attorney General.
Seth Allgraves, Assistant Attorney General.
Last call, are there any other parties present for these matters? The state has filed a motion to deem and to vacate the hearings in each of these matters. If these motions are granted, the board will have adopted the factual allegations set forth in the complaints and findings as its findings of fact and the alleged violations of law as conclusions of law. Is there a motion with regards to the state's motions to deem?
I move the board grant the state's motion to deem and vacate the hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. We will now deliberate on the appropriate discipline to be imposed. Is there any discussion on this? State, does the state wish to address the board with regards to what the imposed discipline is
The state's
recommended?
The state's recommended discipline is contained within each motion. I believe they are. We're recommending revocation on all.
I move to adopt the state's recommended discipline as set forth in its motions to deem and vacate the scheduled hearings. I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Dr. Gandhi, roll call.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lahan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, one absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. This concludes these matters. The board's decisions will be reduced to written orders, which will be sent to each of the respondents. Dr. Anderson, I'll give it over to you to moderate 25E.
Thank you, Ms. Walmsley. So this is the time for board to consider consent agenda item number 25E, Kevin Starch, board case number 24-0431. Does the respondent, attorney, or board member want to pull any case from the consent agenda for further consideration? Will the state's attorneys please introduce themselves?
Jean Galvin, Assistant Attorney General.
Seth Hargraves, Assistant Attorney General.
Are there any other parties present for these matters? The state has filed a motion to deem and vacate the hearing in each of these matters. If these motions are granted, the board will have adopted the factual allegations set forth in the complaints and its findings of fact and the alleged violations of law as its conclusion of law. Is there a motion regarding the state's motion to deem?
I'll move that the board grant the state's motion to deem and vacate the hearing.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. We will now deliberate on the appropriate discipline to be imposed. Any discussion?
I move to adopt the state's recommended discipline as set forth in its motion to deem and vacate the scheduled hearing.
Second.
All right, we have a first and a second. Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi, roll call vote, please.
Thank you. Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley is recused, Ms. Lahan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, one absent, one recusal.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. This concludes this proceeding. The board's decisions will be reduced to written orders, which will be sent to each of the respondents. Thank you.
Mr. Anderson, I'm actually recused from the next agenda item as well, which is 26A. So if you can take that one, please.
My pleasure. So this is tab 26A. This is the date, time, and place where the matter involving Marava, Badya, board case number 24-0306 is scheduled to be heard by the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. This is a formal administrative hearing to determine if there have been violations of the board's statutes and rules and whether disciplinary action is warranted. Board members present today include myself, Jeffrey Anderson, Kristen Stair, Kevin Dang, Cedar Lahan, Frank Thorwald, Tennille Davis, and Tariq Al Nassif. Let the record reflect that the board members have been furnished copies of the complaint, notice of hearing, and all pleadings of record. Will the parties please introduce themselves, starting with the state?
Jean Galvin, Assistant Attorney General.
Seth Hargraves, Assistant Attorney General.
Are there any other parties present online or in the room? Before moving forward, do the parties have any preliminary matters they would like to address with the board?
Yes, thank you. After the complaint notice of hearing was issued, we were contacted by Ms. Badya. She has signed a consent for voluntary surrender, which is in your packet. The state would ask that the board accept that in lieu of proceeding with the hearing and vacate the hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hargraves. Is there a motion to accept the proposed consent agreement?
I'll make a motion to accept the proposed consent agreement and vacate the hearing.
Second.
Do we need a roll call vote? Dr. Gandhi, roll call, please.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley is recused, Ms. Lahan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif,
Aye.
and Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, Mr. Chair. One absent, one recused.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. This concludes the proceeding. A fully executed copy of the consent agreement will be sent to the parties. Thank you for attending. And Ms. Walmsley, I'll hand it back to you for tab 26B.
26B, Talis Harbor at Buckeye, board case number 23-0558. This is the time and place where the matter involving Talis Harbor at Buckeye, board case number 23-0558, is scheduled to be heard by the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. This is a formal administrative hearing to determine if there have been violations of the board's statutes and rules and whether disciplinary action is warranted. Board members present today include Lori Walmsley, Jeff Anderson, Kristen Snare, Kevin Dang, Cedar Lehan, Frank Thorwald, Tennille Davis, and Tariq Al-Nassif. Let the records reflect that the board members have been furnished copies of the complaint and the notice of hearing and all pleadings of records. Will the parties please introduce themselves, starting with the state?
Jean Galvin, Assistant Attorney General.
Seth Hargraves, Assistant Attorney General.
Before moving forward, do any parties have preliminary matters they would like to address with the board?
Yes, thank you. As with the previous case, after the notice of hearing was issued, we were contacted by the respondent. There's a signed consent for voluntary surrender in your packet. The state would ask the board to accept that to resolve this matter in lieu of proceeding with the hearing.
Having heard the terms of the consent agreement, does any board member have any questions or would anyone like to discuss the matter further? Is there a motion to accept the proposed consent agreement and to vacate the hearing?
I'll make a motion to accept the proposed consent agreement and vacate the hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, Dr. Gandhi, roll call.
Certainly, Madam Chair. Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
and Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it with one absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. This concludes the proceeding. A fully executed copy of the consent agreement will be sent to the parties. Thank you for attending. Tab 27 is vacant. Moving on to 28A, informal settlement conference for New Vitalis Pharmacy. Good morning. Could the parties please introduce themselves?
Luis Lanz, outside counsel for New Vitalis.
Manuel Francia, pharmacist in charge for New Vitalis.
Thank you. This is the time set for the consideration of the respondent settlement proposal in case number 24-0472 for New Vitalis LLC. We know the parties are present. Can the state please introduce themselves?
Jean
How did we get
Galvin, Jean Galvin, Assistant Attorney General.
Seth Hargraves, Assistant Attorney General.
Thank you. The board will now hear presentations and arguments from the parties on the respondent's settlement proposal. As the party making the proposal, the respondent shall go first. The state will then have the opportunity to respond. Respondents will be given time for a brief rebuttal. Order of our presentations will be the respondent's presentation and argument, the state's presentation and rebuttal, and the respondent's rebuttal. Having reviewed this information submitted by the parties and having heard, can the respondent please provide their opening statements?
Yes, thank you. So today we're asking that the board grant New Vitalis a non-resident pharmacy license so that I can serve Arizona patients. I understand that the board initially considered the application back in June 2024. Unfortunately, New Vitalis was not able to attend that meeting to address the questions and concerns that the board had at that time. So we're hopeful that today we can, address any questions and concerns that the board has. Before I do that, I do want to emphasize to the board that all of the underlying violations in Kentucky were related to sterile compounding. That is a practice that the pharmacy is no longer engaged in. As of November of last year, The pharmacy has not engaged in sterile compounding, and no violations were noted to the other aspects of the pharmacy's business. They've had subsequent violations, and those violations have been satisfactory, and they've taken corrective actions to help their operations. So given the fact that the pharmacy is no longer engaged in sterile compounding, we're hopeful that we can come to a mutually agreeable resolution here. We're willing to agree to terms that are similar to the agreed order in Kentucky that prohibit the pharmacy from engaging in sterile compounding. And we believe that an agreement like this should address any concerns that the board has, but we're happy to answer any questions that the board may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lance. Would the state like to make their presentation?
Jean Galvin, Assistant Attorney General, members of the board, the state takes no position on respondents' offer of settlement.
Thank you, Ms. Galvin. Mr. Lance, do you have a rebuttal?
I do not.
Thank you. Having reviewed the information submitted by the parties and heard the presentation from the argument of both parties, the board will now deliberate. There will be no further comment from the parties while the board deliberates. Any discussion, or is there a motion on the respondent settlement proposal?
I feel comfortable approving a non-resident permit, granted that they're no longer performing sterile compounding.
How do we ensure that? How do we ensure that they won't start engaging in that practice? Do we have any mechanism to do that?
Mr. Vice Chair, members of the board, I think if you're willing to grant the license, you may be able to do so via a consent agreement. And in that consent agreement, you can restrict the pharmacy's practice. But I would ask that it just be consistent with other consent agreements that you issue subject to licensure. So I don't want to, reinvent something for you.
Thank you.
Well, as stated, Kentucky did do that. It was contingent upon them ceasing all sterile compounding operations, so we could mirror that here, as you suggested.
If I may, Madam President.
Please.
Another term in the Kentucky agreed order is that they present before the board should they ever agree to, or intend to engage in sterile compounding. So right now there's no intention to do so, but that could be something that we include, that if they should intend to want to engage in sterile compounding, that the board, they have to appear before the board for approval prior to doing so.
Thank you, Mr. Lance. That makes sense to me.
So what are our options for a motion?
I think if you're inclined to consider granting the license subject to the practice restriction, you could move to offer a consent agreement for the issuance of the license subject to the practice restrictions identified. And if accepted, move to vacate the administrative hearing. I'm not sure. I know that a hearing was requested. I don't know if there's a hearing date.
There is not.
I will make that my motion.
I'll second.
Can I just ask for this, was the motion sufficient to capture everything?
I would add the provision that if the pharmacy is contemplating in re-engaging in compounding, it comes back before the board prior to starting.
Yeah, I'll add if the pharmacy is contemplating re-engaging in sterile compounding, it appear before the board to request permission to do so.
And I'll amend my second.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
Madam Chair, it's Mr. Gandhi here.
Yep.
And this is for Mr. Harris. Is this a lifelong consent agreement? If they never see and do compounding?
I believe so, yeah. Unless the board puts limitations on it. Otherwise, it would be subject to all renewal cycles as well. And I don't know if the board has, done something like this in the past.
I think the challenge is we don't have a restrictive license. It's an all or nothing license, and I
Right.
think your proposal is the only option we may
Yeah.
have if they want a license.
Like I said, there's no intention to engage in sterile compounding in the future. So obviously it's up to the board as to how they wish to proceed, but rest assured that there will not be sterile compounding.
Yeah. And it's my understanding that the intent of the motion is so long as they have a license in Arizona, they are prohibited from doing that activity unless they receive affirmative permission in the future from the board to do so.
Correct.
Is it clear that it's, I know you're saying this, but whether it's shipped to Arizona or done in Arizona, is that clear, or do we need to make that clear?
The non-resident permit, so I think that's the only way it would get here.
Okay.
Madam Chair, we do have a first and a second. Should I take roll call?
Please.
Thank you. Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lahan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it with one absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. This concludes the matter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Dr. Gandhi or Ms. Canavong, while the staff is resetting, I think we had a couple of requests due to conflicts this afternoon to take some items earlier today. Item 21E and 21D, is that correct?
21I.
I'm sorry. Yeah, 21I and 21D. Yes, thank you. Is that correct, Dr. Gandhi?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
Okay. Let's go to 21I.
If we could take the next item first, that would be appreciated.
20A. Is that correct, Ms. Canavong?
Give us 1 second, please.
Okay.
A. It's 28, right? Jen?
Yeah. Actually, I think we can do 21I right now.
Yep. 21I, Madam Chair.
Okay. 21I. Trisha Husted. Pharmacist reinstatement application. Good morning. Welcome. If you could please introduce yourselves for the record.
I am Trisha Husted.
Ryan Grease, Steering Committee Program Director. Or my apologies, Papa, Steering Committee Program Director.
Thank you. Ms. Bolts, if you could please give us a brief summary.
Certainly. Trisha Husted obtained her Arizona pharmacist license by reciprocity in 1997. Ms. Husted was terminated from her position with DHL Corps in October of 2022 when she was observed on video surveillance having a plastic bag containing methamphetamine powder fall out of her pocket onto the floor. In lieu of further administrative proceedings and the potential for criminal charges, Ms. Husted voluntarily surrendered her license in December of 2022. Ms. Husted submitted an application to reinstate her license on October 28th, 2024. She submitted various documentation of her rehabilitation for the board's review, including a PAPA contract she signed on April 28th, 2023.
Thank you, Ms. Foltz. Ms. Husted, would you like to address the board with any preliminary discussion before we proceed with questions for you?
No, I don't believe so. Thank you.
Ms. Husted, can you tell us a little bit about how you're doing? Obviously, this occurred a while ago. How has your journey with sobriety gone?
I went through PAPA and I went through an IOP program and inpatient and outpatient. I have been active with NA. I got a sponsor. I started working steps. I've been clean and sober. My life is back on track finally. I feel much better about myself and my life, and I feel that I would like to go back to a pharmacist, being a pharmacist.
So you mentioned that you're clean and sober. How long have you maintained your sobriety?
15 months.
15 months. And what have you been doing? You surrendered your license in 2022.
I haven't been working. My husband works. I have been attending meetings after going through my rehabilitation program. I've been very active with NA. I go to meetings regularly, pretty much on a daily basis. My children are grown, but I reconnected with them. I'm maintaining my household. I would like to get back to work. I had applied for a few jobs that weren't pharmacist related. It was not hired. And I've been, like I said, active with NA. I hold a GSR position in my home group. I am on the activities committee, which supports addicts in having fun out in recovery. We put on activities monthly, big time around the holidays. And that's pretty much what I've been doing.
Thank you. How have you been keeping up with your pharmacy knowledge in the time that you've not been practicing, or have you been keeping up with it?
Yes, I've been active with my CEs. I read articles. I stay connected in that respect via that, and with PAPA, also helping to keep me active in the pharmacy community. And I have friends that are pharmacists that I speak with and try to stay up on what's going on in pharmacy along with the new drugs that are coming out and such like that.
Thank you. Board members, any additional questions for Ms. Husted, or would we like to hear from Mr. Grease?
Yes, I'd like to hear from Dr. Grease, his endorsement for Ms. Husted.
Good morning. Trisha is fully compliant with everything that we have from the UAs. Haven't had any issues attending peer group and reporting to the steering committee. So we have no concerns with this request from, or I should say, our monitoring and compliance. We have no concerns with how she's proceeding at this point in her recovery journey.
Thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions, board members?
Ms. Walmsley, I'm willing to make a motion.
Go ahead.
Offer a consent agreement for probation with standard terms to run concurrent with the PAPA contract and follow all provisions within that PAPA contract. Once signed, approve application and place license on probation. That would be my motion.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi, roll call.
Hold on, I have a question.
Go ahead.
So your request today is to go off of probation or
To
off of
reinstate.
suspension?
Reinstate our license.
Okay, thank
Mhm.
you. Thank you.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Wamsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it with one absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Husted. Glad to see that you're doing well and good luck. Welcome back to pharmacy.
Thank you very much.
All right, let's go to 24D, conferences, complaint number 23-0410. CVS Pharmacy 9294, CVS Pharmacy 7262, and David Royer or Royer.
I am recused due to my employment.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, what's the item number?
24D. Good morning, all. If you could please introduce yourselves for the record.
Good morning, all. Brian Convery. I'm Senior Legal Counsel for CVS Health on behalf of the two CVS respondents.
David Royer, former PSC of 9294 and 7262, and currently working at Safeway.
Ram Kalapudi, Compliance Officer with the Board of Pharmacy.
Good morning. Mr. Kalapuri, could you please give us a brief summary of why we're here today? We've already heard this a couple of times, but let's get caught back up as to why we're here.
Okay, sure. Thank you. The type of complaint we have here is a pharmacist in charge failed to maintain effective controls against the loss of controlled substance medication. The background is in 2023, the board staff opened a complaint against Mr. Royer due to loss of alprazolam 1 milligram tablets at two different CVS pharmacy locations where Mr. Royer was a pharmacist in charge. Mr. Royer worked at CVS 7262 from February 17, 2022 to March 25th, 2023, and at CVS 9294 from March 26, 23 to July 14, 2023. During this time, 790 tablets of alprazolam 1 milligram were lost at CVS 7262, and 629 tablets of alprazolam 1 milligram were lost at CVS 9294. The total loss was 1,419 tablets. In October 2023, the board ordered a substance use evaluation, and the evaluator recommended no further evaluation or treatment for Mr. Royer. In February 2024 and June 2024 conferences, Mr. Royer provided testimony regarding issues with the pharmacy tablet counting machines. The board voted to table the complaint both times, pending additional information each time. The outcome of the June 2024 conference regarding complaint was that the board requested that both CVS locations referenced in the complaint be added to the complaint and directed the board staff to collect additional information. The information board requested to collect include the date of discontinuation of filling alprazolam 1 milligram tablets using Script Pro at CVS 7262. So CVS 7262 stopped filling alprazolam 1 milligram tablets using Script Pro on 7/19/2023. The same Script Pro is in use at CVS 7262 without any controlled substances in it. The board wanted to know whether maintenance and calibration records, accuracy validation records exist. CVS Automation SOP requires Script Pro daily maintenance, which includes cleaning pill count sensors and verifying the count of 10 prescriptions dispensed from the Script Pro unit. CVS 7262 did not have these records for the period Mr. Royer was there. And coming to CVS 9294, was requested to provide daily cleaning and calibration logs for Kirby Lester for the period Mr. Royer worked there, from March 2023 to July 2023. The only available records provided were for May and June of 2023. And the board wanted to know summary of comparative maintenance records of all Script Pro units in Arizona. There were 4 CVS pharmacies in Arizona with Script Pro units. The service tickets directly or indirectly impacting overfilling using Script Pro are as follows. CVS 5026 had 1 ticket. CVS 5983 had no tickets. CVS 7262 had 4 tickets. And CVS 8826 had no tickets. There were 72 service tickets combined for all 4 locations between 2/17/2022 to 3/25/2023. According to Script Pro, the accuracy is 99.7%. That is 1 tablet over out of 4 or 5 prescriptions. And CVS policy on filling dispensing requires double counting all controlled substances. CVS implemented virtual verification technology with artificial intelligence assisted counting feature. The filling pharmacy technician and final product verification pharmacist can check and compare whether there is a difference in dispensing quantity versus system pill count. CVS stated that there were no returns processed through Strong Pack. It's a process where they send their waste or any tablets that are found on the floor or anywhere else. So there were no returns of alprazolam 1 milligram tablets through Strong Pack process. In summary, the information obtained during the investigation does not support equipment failure as the leading cause of the loss of alprazolam 1 milligram tablets in both CVS locations, which use 2 different filling equipment. CVS has a policy of double counting all controlled substance prescriptions, and also an AI-assisted tablet counting feature was implemented in February 2023 to assist pharmacy staff in preventing losses through overfilling prescriptions.
Thank you, Mr. Kalapari. Board members, questions for Mr. Kalapari before we proceed with comments for Mr. Rayer and Mr. Convery.
Mr. Kalampudi, just a question. So it states that the CVS policy requires double counting for a controlled substance. However, the responses that came back specifically said that there was some variability based on the pharmacist on duty. Can you explain a little bit more about that?
Yeah, that made me wonder why they provided that answer. So I referred to the policies that were in place at the time Mr. Royer was working at both CVS locations. Those policies clearly state that controlled substance prescriptions need to be double counted. But the answers provided to my questions, I wonder who answered those questions. I don't know who answered it, but they were not accurate.
Or they reflected what was actually happening in practice?
Possibly. But the SOPs clearly say that though.
Thank you. Mr. Convery, is there anything you'd like to add before we proceed with additional questions?
No, thank you, Ms. Walmsley. I've been here multiple times. I'm happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Thank you. Mr. Rayer, is there anything you'd like to add before we proceed with questions?
Yes, a few things. So first, when they bring up the AI technology, that is when we actually dispense the medication, that wouldn't prevent the loss of loose pills. Now, a lot of loose pills were strong packed or they were put in bags to be taken away, and usually it's quarterly. And I personally didn't identify the pills, which would be why they would say there's no strong pack for alprazolam because all the loose pills were bagged together and sent over. So that's my rebuttal to that. Also, I do want to mention that I'm pretty confident in what I saw. I did see a lot of loose pills on both machines, and I can in good faith dispense a medication that's not either in the bottle or on my tray. And that's my explanation.
Can I add a comment?
Yes, please.
So CVS said that 9294 location sent only 1 tablet of alprazolam after he left. And then CVS 7262, they didn't send any alprazolam tablets back. So there is a discrepancy in the statement.
I have a question. So from what we were just hearing, I believe they said that those machines weren't maintained during the time that you were a pick. Can you explain that?
So it's hard to remember everything I did, but to be very frank with you, I don't think I followed policy exactly like it was supposed to be. For example, the 10 scripts a day. I mean, to be honest, I've done it before, but I can't say for sure I've done it like every day. And I just felt pretty overwhelmed with the maintenance of the machines. And I had a bad experience with the ticket numbers. So a lot of times I would try to take matters in my own hands and actually try to fix it myself because I felt nothing was getting done. So
the daily maintenance is really important for the machine to work accurately, like cleaning the sensors that count the tablets. So if you compare the maintenance tickets between different CVS pharmacies, you see the difference. 2 CVS pharmacies have no tickets related to counting errors. So I think maintenance is important.
Mr. Roy,
question- Go ahead.
there seemed to be a focus by the CVS loss prevention folks about the safe being unlocked. It's been a while since I've practiced in retail, but do you keep alprazolam? Do you keep C4s in a safe? It seemed like the focus on some of the video footage was on the safe and you leaving the safe unlocked. Where is the alprazolam stored, the overstock that's not in the automation?
that particular medication, as far as I remember, it wasn't in the safe. Usually, as far as not C2s, usually the codeine is put in the safe, but yeah.
So you mentioned earlier that the loose pills were contributed to the loss of the alprazolam. So my question is, are those lost pills attributed to human errors or technological errors?
From what I think is, it could be a little of both. So if I didn't maintain the machines, I would see an argument for human error. But a lot of times, actually pretty much every time, I've seen when, for example, I moved one of the machines, there was a ton of pills that just like they were stuck in some like crests in the machine. So then they were all over the counter and I can't dispense that. So I just put them in a bag. I didn't identify the pills because it just seemed like the task was monumental. And it wasn't just one medication. There was Lisinopril, a lot of different types of medications, tablets in there.
Besides these 2 stores, how many other CVS stores are using the same system?
So if we are talking about Script Pro, there are 4 CVS locations in Arizona that use Script Pro. I went to one in Prescott Valley and they use Script Pro. Very clean operation. There are no pills on the floor. You see hardly 1 or 2 pills. And they were doing the daily maintenance tasks. I saw the log. So it depends on the location. And what I heard from different pharmacists that use Script Pro, they say that it's a clean machine, no cross-contamination of the powder, works really well. Tablet overfill errors, they say hardly, or they see maybe 1 or 2 pills extra, but a lot of pharmacies don't keep controls in the Script Pro. And CVS stopped using controls in Script Pro as well.
That's a good segue. I noticed that they were using it at let me refer back to my notes on what store number.
7262.
Right, 7262. And then there was a loss. It was reported to the DEA and to this board. Then you were transferred to another store, became the PIC, or were appointed the PIC upon that transfer. And even in CVS's most recent response, they acknowledged that that they could not identify an individual person from 7262. as the attributed diverter, if you will, and that they, after Mr. Royer left, they stated they took the appraisal M out. So it seems like what he suggested as a potential problem, they kind of realized that maybe he has some points here, and they took it out of the system.
One thing that bothers me is, as a pharmacist, we all know that alprazolam is a highly abused benzo. Why didn't you take the effort to count the pills? Even if you see a bunch of pills were lost, whether it's by human error or machine error, you should have taken the initiative and proactively prevent that from happening. So your negligence had led to a large amount of lost pills, more than 1,000 tablets. Can you elaborate or explain to us what was your rationale for neglecting the counting and the inventory of this particular medication?
I could give you a rational a reasoning, but I don't really have an excuse. So I was burdened with a lot of tasks, and as you could see on the footage, I was working through my lunches. I was coming early, I was staying late. I was doing the best I could, and I felt really understaffed. What I should have done is I should have prioritized those tasks, and I just left the cycle counts. I did the cycle counts accurately, but I didn't do extra steps to. I'm looking in hindsight what I should have done and what I should have prioritized, and just looking at it now, I don't have an excuse. I should have. I was focused on patient care and getting people their prescriptions, and I've doing the schedule and all these other tasks that I failed on that responsibility.
So why didn't you reach out to your immediate supervisor and express your the burdening of the workload? Maybe your supervisor can provide additional resources.
I did feel kind of unheard, I submitted a lot of tickets. It's just I did address these concerns, but I mean,
does CVS have a record
hours.
that he addressed the concern with his immediate supervisor about the workload, the burning of all the tasks?
That did not come up in the investigation. So unfortunately, that was not something that was covered with regards to the service tickets and with regards to any concerns with respect to the automation or any of the problems in that regard. There is no record of that, of him raising any concerns.
Well, it would be more of a phone conversations or when they come to visit. It was not like officially documented, I am raising those concerns, which maybe is something I should have done, but they were very, very strict on hours, and it was very challenging to maintain that and to do everything by the book at the same time. So
Mr. Ray, could you explain a little bit about the discrepancy between the corporate policy on the double counting and the responses that were received? While you were the pharmacist on duty, did you require your technicians to double count? What was the process while you were the pharmacist on duty?
I believe we didn't over dispense any pills because CVS does have a little number at the bottom, which is, I guess, what they call the AI technology. So if we over dispense like a controlled medication, we would see it. So I guess I did require double counting, but again, when a lot of things are happening, I don't know if I could get the feedback or like check that people are actually double counting every single time due to the volume.
So you have a belief that your technicians were double counting even the alprazolam that came out of the script crow?
Yes.
But you don't have any sort of validation or assurance that that was happening?
Well, I mean, it's like I can't micromanage a large amount of technicians. There was 12 technicians at the first store, and there's customers, there's,
Let me
so
interrupt
I
just
believe,
I mean, you were involved, your store that you were transferred from reported a loss of nearly 700 tablets. So I would think that that would be top of mind for you because you just reported to the DEA and of an unknown origin of a loss of alprazolam, and you're being transferred to a different store. So did that not raise any sort of concern for you what your staff was doing?
I wasn't aware of the loss. Someone else filed the DEA form. I didn't. I was not made aware of that loss.
I think we probably have asked this before, but I'll just ask again. Why didn't you take alprazolam out of use from these counting machines? Why not decide to only count that one by hand?
It doesn't sound like the best, but I was relying on loss prevention. If there was any type of loss, to actually notify me. But I make sure the counts are accurate, and if they're not, I was expecting loss prevention to let me know.
Well, there's also the other factor that you're turning in tickets saying that there's an issue with this machine. So why wasn't that maybe the red flag that would cause you to say, we can't do it in this machine anymore? This machine's not acting the way it should. This needs to be hand counted or counted a different way.
Well, because that machine had individual cells, and if one part of the machine is not working correctly, I reasoned that, well, that doesn't mean the whole machine is bad. And I mean, it was a huge help with the volume, and I just didn't see how we could do everything by hand. So maybe not the.
Can I add a comment? So as far as taking out the cell from the script row, their policy states, if you want to, here are the steps how you take the cell out of the script row. That's available in the policy. And also, Mr. Anderson, your question about the delay between filing 106s. So the CVS did a retrospective evaluation. They knew that there is a loss, but they connected the dots after they found the loss in CVS 9294. They didn't realize that it happened when Mr. Royer was there, but they went back and looked at it. That's how they realized, and then finally they said they stopped noticing loss of alprazolam 1 milligram tablets after Mr. Royer left. I'm not saying that he is directly involved in it, but that's what their statement was. So they don't find any more losses of alprazolam 1 milligram in either stores.
Can you repeat what you said about the policy?
Policy, if you want to remove a cell from script pro, there is a process in the policy. So,
Okay, so he could have
stepwise,
deactivated just that cell and
Yes, you
still
can.
used the counting machine.
Yeah.
I feel like we've talked this kind of to the ground. I just feel like there was some mismanagement, maybe some poor decisions when we're dissecting it, looking backwards here. Does anybody have any other ideas? Maybe we could start forming a motion.
Yeah, I have a couple comments. So I find this very suspect that the loss moved with him, and there is no evidence that what he's saying about the machine is substantiated. He keeps saying that there are all these tickets, and Mr. Kalapuri did a full evaluation of all the tickets, and it doesn't seem to jive. I think that he disregarded his responsibilities as a PIC and quite frankly, didn't do his due diligence that's required that we expect of him as a PIC. So he violated CVS's policies on automation. He violated CVS's policies on controlled substances. He didn't follow up and expected other people to do the work of the loss prevention team. I have a really hard time thinking that he's not the common thread here.
Mhm. I concur with your statement, Madam Chair. I personally feel that he has proven to us that He is inept at managing controlled substances. And in addition to violating CVS policy, he had clearly violated the DEA rules and regs. So there has to be definitely some sort of discipline.
Can I start with a motion to dismiss the complaints against CVS 9294 and 7262?
Second, is that a motion?
Yeah.
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Ms. Davis, do you have a thought with Mr. Royer?
We've already sent him for substance use evaluation.
Correct.
It's hard to know.
Mr. Ray, are you PIC at Safeway now?
Yes, I am.
So if we were to order or offer a consent agreement for probation, that would limit his current job. But
he's still able to work as a pharmacist.
Correct.
I don't think you should be a PIC.
Yep.
Would that require probation to enforce that term?
It is a probation, I believe.
Yeah,
so.
it'd be a probation. Okay.
What about a motion to offer a consent agreement for probation for 5 years with the stipulation that he can't be a PIC or precept students?
I would also like to add some continuing education in there too.
Perfect. And 6 hours of continuing education on law and ethics, controlled substances.
Is that your motion?
Yes.
Do I have a second?
Can we
Any
just
dis-
clarify the subject? It's law, ethics.
So ethics
and
so ethics and controlled substance law.
Okay.
And what period of time does he have to complete the CE?
90 days.
How many Cs?
6.
6.
And that's disciplinary CE.
Yes.
And I have an idea of the factual basis, but what are the statutory or regulatory violations?
failing to maintain effective controls of the diversion of controlled substances.
Yes.
And the standard terms with respect to disclosing the consent agreement to employers?
Yes.
Do we need to, since he's the PIC, in fairness to his employer, do we need to give some sort of a time frame to allow them to find another PIC? Because we would effectively be removing him from his current role.
Are you a PIC currently?
Yeah. Typically, we give them, I believe, 14 days to sign. Is that correct? 30 days to sign, to decide whether he wants to sign. And it will probably be honestly, 2 weeks or so before the order is drafted and sent to him.
It's reasonable.
Does your employer know that you're involved with this matter already?
Yes.
Okay. Any other discussion? Dr. Gandhi, roll call.
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Snare,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan's recused, Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it, 1 absent, 1 recusal, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Thank you for your attendance. Appreciate it. Dr. Gandhi, we wanted to go to 21H. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
21H, Melissa Danielle Ralston Davis. Is Miss Ralston Davis present? Dr. Gandhi, do we expect her to be there? I feel like we have questions for her.
Checking to see if she's online, Madam Chair. Yeah, I don't see her online either, Madam Chair.
I personally would like to ask her some questions. Can we come back to this one?
Certainly.
Okay. Let's move on to 22A, Nubia Lizette Terrazas Jimenez. Good morning. If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, board members. My name is Jennifer Mamoni with the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. I'm a licensing administrator.
Good morning. Welcome. Dr. Gandhi, do we see Ms. Jimenez online? I don't see her on my screen.
Yeah, I don't either, Madam Chair.
Board members, thoughts on this one? You'll want to hear from her?
Not necessarily for me. I could move forward without hearing from her based on what I'm reading.
I can too. Any objections? All right, hearing none, Ms. Mamon, go ahead and give us a summary, please.
Thank you. Ms. Terrazas Jimenez was issued a pharmacy technician trainee license on April 26, 2018. On or about July 14, 2021, the board received notification from the Department of Public Safety that Ms. Terrazas Jimenez had been arrested for misdemeanor criminal damage involving domestic violence. Ms. Terrazas Jimenez failed to disclose the criminal charge to the board within 10 working days. The board offered Ms. Terrazas Jimenez a disciplinary consent agreement for civil penalty. However, she did not return a signed copy by the deadline. The board voted to revoke her license on December 9, 2021. Ms. Terrazas Jimenez is requesting the board to reinstate her trainee license for the 6 months that were remaining before her license was revoked.
Thank you. So we could potentially reinstate her license, but it would only be for a period of 6 months based on how much time she has potentially left on her trainee license. Questions or discussion, board members?
If we take no action, what would happen?
She does have a pending application for reinstatement. So you would have to make a decision on that pending application.
Either to approve or to deny.
So I don't see a reason why we approve for 6 months. I mean, if she takes a test, reapply again for pharmacy technician, we can discuss it. So I already have a motion unless anyone has a question.
She didn't follow a board order, right?
Yeah,
She never
I
signed.
believe there is no reason from my perspective. So I
deny
move
the
to
application.
deny her application. Yeah, that's my motion.
It's not that she did not comply with a board order. She never signed it, so the order was not effective on her. And instead of the offered consent agreement, the board took a secondary discipline, which was revocation. So she was disciplined for the conduct. It was just revocation instead of civil penalty.
So declining her request is still an option for us, right?
Yes, you would best to state the reasons why you're denying, if that's what you so choose.
And if I may, the fact that there would only be 6 months left on her trainee license isn't a grounds to deny. That's up to her if she wants the trainee for just, 6 months. That would not be a basis to deny. You would have to find that she somehow does not meet the qualifications for granting reinstatement.
So not signing her consent agreement is not a reason, because that's like
No, she didn't sign, but you still took action, and that action
Unrevoked.
was revocation. So she has been disciplined for that prior conduct.
Okay.
So the fact that she didn't sign it at this point is irrelevant. She has been disciplined for it.
Okay, thank you.
So I think I had a motion. Did I have a second?
The motion was to
Deny
Deny the
her request,
application.
but they said it could be invalid. So
Did you need anything further on that?
My
A
understanding
reason.
is the stated basis was because it would only be valid for 6 months. And I'm suggesting
no,
that.
yeah, it wasn't the reason why we denying her request. I said like I was just wondering. I mean, just like kind of comment 6 months, what they're gonna do with her. I mean, but it wasn't my reason for denying. The reason was because she did not, because just based on the previous discipline, and so that's why I moved to deny her her application or her request.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? I personally disagree with the motion. I don't see that there's a risk in issuing her a license for 6 months. She is obviously, she would have had a non-disciplinary fine of $250 if she would have just complied in the beginning, and she's not been able to work as a pharmacy technician trainee for a period of time. I don't, this is a non-disclosure type of situation, and I don't think it warrants denying the license, is my personal opinion.
I don't see that she's followed through on doing what's been asked of her. So the question is she regulatable? To me, that's part of what my concern is.
I agree with Ms. Walmsley. Her conduct, was obviously inappropriate, but it was a misdemeanor that she didn't report in time is the basis for all of this action.
But
All
what
right,
Barbara's point is not communicating with the board and not following through on what's been asked of her. So I stand behind my second.
No, Ms. Snare, what did she not follow through with as to what was asked of her?
Well, she didn't notify the board within 10 business days of her criminal activity. And then at that point, didn't we take action to revoke her license?
Well, you offered a
No.
consent agreement, which she's not obligated to accept. And not accepting it, it took the next step, which was a hearing at which the board did take action of revocation. But it seems like the only thing that she didn't do that was required of her was reporting within 10 days.
I'll apologize. I just saw that she is employed by my company. I missed that earlier. I'm going to step aside from the conversation and I'll send a recusal.
All right, so we have a first and a second on the floor. Any further discussion?
Just I'm sorry, I will rescind my motion because I believe we need more discussion on this.
I'll rescind my second for purposes of discussion.
I'll make a motion to approve the reinstatement of her technician trainee license.
Second.
Any further discussion? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Nay.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Let's go to 20A, NDC Home Care.
Madam Chair,
Yeah,
21H, he is online at this time.
okay, so you want to go there?
If we can, that'd be great.
Okay, 21H, Melissa Danielle Ralston Davis. Miss Ralston, if you could please introduce yourself for the record.
Yes, hello, I am Miss Melissa Wilson Davis.
Your audio is pretty faint. I don't know if others in the room are having a hard time hearing it.
Can't hear it at all.
I apologize, my computer does have that issue, that's why I'm on my headset. I apologize.
Are you able to turn up the microphone?
I have it at full capacity. Here, let me try. Yeah, I apologize. Everything's at 100.
Are you able to sign off and dial back in using phone audio instead of the computer audio?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, let's do that instead because the members in the audience can't hear you.
Yes, no problem.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go to 20A and we'll come back to her when she dials back in. NDC Home Care LLC.
Yes, this is Tammy Beasley. I'm Senior Compliance Manager for NDC Home Care LLC, and with me is
Dewana Milliken, Compliance Specialist.
Welcome. Good morning. Do we have Mr. Hyber?
He'll be right back.
Perhaps we'll just skip him then. It looks like we have an application for a non-resident 3PL permit application. This is a situation where the applicant disclosed a history of prior discipline imposed on other permits by the application for distribution of product without a permit. Mr. Hyber is joining us now. If you could share with us what you found on your substantive review, Mr. Hyber.
I did. In a nutshell, these individuals applied for a 3PL. It's out of a facility in North Las Vegas, Nevada. And as we typically do when we see prior discipline for a particular activity, we'll ask them to provide that information relevant to the new application facility. And they did. They had indicated they distribute a large number of products. But in preparing for this case, I do think we need to drill down a little bit further. And I apologize for not doing that earlier. But they do have a wholesaler permit in the facility, so it's possible when I asked them for the distribution data out of that facility, they provided me with wholesaler data. So I think that's one thing we need to find out today, if they're hopefully on the call.
Yes, we're on the call, and that is true. We don't have any current 3PL customers that we're trying to start that type of business. So we want to be licensed properly before we wrote any contracts or started addressing with any customers about 3PL. Some of our vendors would like us to 3PL on their behalf, and the answers were based off of wholesale distribution.
So, Mr. Hyber, in the notes here on the application, it was reported that they had shipped products into Arizona during the requested time period. That was on another license, so that was not unpermitted activity.
And that's what the lady on the call said, yes.
That is correct.
So the difference would be all those products were shipped directly from your facility into Arizona versus you acting as a 3PL where they would be shipped from the manufacturer directly to Arizona, right?
Correct. We currently have no 3PL business. We're in the process of trying to get licensing as 3PL to get that business.
So, Mr. Hyber, based on her statements, do you have any concerns with the activity that's been performed at this point in time?
No, I don't have any concerns. It just points out one of the difficulties it is when we correspond with these applications. We don't want to word the questions in such a way that we give the answer to the question in many cases. So we ask more generalized questions. But in this case, obviously, they were shipping everything under their full service wholesaler permit. And we have that on record now. So if we ever find out down the road that that's not true, we have it on record. So thank you.
Given that, do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the application.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you for being present today.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Dr. Gandhi, 21G.
Yes, Madam Chair.
All right, 21G. Making sure everybody's paying attention today. Qualen LLC.
Good morning, Madam Chair and board members. My name is Andrew Harrison. I'm the Executive Vice President of Legal Affairs and Compliance for Qualen. I'm joined today because we were invited to answer any questions that the board had regarding renewal of license M720, well, 000720. But I'm joined here today by Sean Riney, who is our Chief Executive Officer, Jennifer Smith, who is our Head of Quality, and members of my staff. Ty Djensky is one of the individuals. He, unfortunately, due to a medical appointment and that has lasted longer than anticipated, he's in listen-only mode. And I also have members of my licensing team present, the most salient of which is Lauren McGanna. Before we dive right in, I did want to recognize that Ms. Mitchell was very helpful to me yesterday when we were having challenges. As you can see, we're still kind of having challenges with using the Zoom tool given our security infrastructure at the company. But she was very helpful in getting us rescheduled for today and in providing us the time to secure the availability, however, albeit limited, with our Director of Compliance, Ty Djensky. And so in light of all that, we nonetheless appreciate the opportunity for Qualen to address any questions the board has relating to its renewal. And hopefully we have enough people present that can answer the questions, whatever they wind up being.
Thank you. Miss Galvin, do we have any questions for him since he mentioned he's legal counsel?
I heard that
I am legal counsel. I am not present in that capacity. I do head the Regulatory Affairs Organization, which has responsibility for state licensing.
Okay, so more as a fact witness than today.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Castaneda, would you like to give us a summary before we allow them to speak?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, board members. Ben Castaneda, Compliance Officer, Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. On its 2024 permit and renewal application, Qualen LLC disclosed discipline from other states since its prior renewal. The disciplines that it disclosed were related to an FDA inspection back in 2016, which resulted in a warning letter and voluntary recall of product. This inspection and subsequent inspections by the FDA resulted in a consent decree of permanent injunction with the United States District Court in December of 2022. The disclosed discipline on the application include a discipline from the Board of Massachusetts in April of 2024, which was reciprocal discipline from the consent decree. In October of 24, Maryland denied the applicant's request to lift to lift probation from 2018. That probation from 2018 was reciprocal discipline from the state of Oklahoma in 2016. And they denied the request to lift probation for failure to notify the board of the consent decree in 2022 and continued findings on subsequent inspections from the FDA. And then in September 24, Virginia denied the company's registration renewal based off the most recent FDA inspection in 2024. Since its prior renewal, Qualen has been inspected by the FDA 2 times, once in 2022 and once in 2024. The inspection in 2024 listed 14 separate observations, some of which were duplicates from the 2022 inspection. In addition, after I prepared this packet, the company did provide this copy of the most recent home state inspection, which is found in your board packet.
Thank you, Mr. Castaneda. Mr. Harrison, would you like to add anything before we proceed into questions?
I think there probably is some perspective that can be provided relative to the discipline matters. They were appropriately characterized by your investigator as largely reciprocal in nature and stemming from the agreement on a consent decree that was reached in December of 2022. I would like to at least just clarify with respect to the prior inspections of 2016 and continuing, I believe, all the way up to 2018. I can verify if requested, but I believe all the way up to 2018. During that time, Qualen had compounded drug products that were both terminally sterilized using electron beam irradiation, as well as products that were produced by manual aseptic processing. And subsequent to the issuance of the decree, in fact, I believe it was the same day, the FDA provided a paragraph 7K notification, which relates specifically to the section of the decree regarding the conduct Qualen was enjoined from engaging in. And it basically set forth the terms of the decree, but also indicated that Qualen appeared to be in compliance with the terms of the decree. And based on that, the agency did not object to Qualen resuming compounding operations of its terminally sterilized products. And Qualen has obviously complied with that since that date.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. Board members, questions? Discussion?
The most recent home state inspection is this one from 2023, right?
No, there was one in 2024.
Yeah, board members, if you go to page 1989, that's the most recent one that was sent to us. But that was from 2023.
Yeah, I was like, it's dated 2023.
Which precedes the February or the FDA inspection in February of 24 and through March of 24.
This is just a licensing question. This is an outsourcing facility, and in Arizona, we license them as manufacturers.
If you're requesting that answer of Qualen, our understanding is yes.
Yeah, sorry, that wasn't for you.
I'm personally comfortable with moving forward on this. Any other discussion or questions?
So you're only manufacturing terminally sterilized products?
Yes, ma'am, that's correct. And part of the reason is it was during the consent decree where, as we were resolving the compliance issues versus sorting out safety related concerns, there essentially were no safety related concerns with respect to sterility assurance of our products. And so we offered instead to utilize third-party CGMP experts to provide some interim controls over our existing quality system as we rebuilt that system from the ground up in terms of FDA's expectations. and also felt that electron beam represented an ideal sterilization choice, even over that of ethylene oxide, or in some cases even gamma, because of the far superior sterility assurance level provided, which most of you probably know is 10 to the -6 level of kill, so equivalent to 1 in a million units having being non-sterile, versus manual aseptic processing, which produces at best conditions only a 10 to the -3 sterility assurance level.
Do we have a closeout letter from the FDA 483 that is there a closeout letter that they've completed the FDA's, that they've satisfactorily addressed the findings?
From 2024?
Correct.
If I may, we likely will not receive one. The FDA has remained silent on this with us, which is just based on my own experience, not inconsistent with companies that have already reached an agreement on a consent decree. They will instead permit the decree to continue in effect for its stated duration or take other adverse action. They did issue follow-up questions regarding our corrective action plan submittal, which were timely responded to by the company. And we have not heard anything back other than that the FDA acknowledged receipt and would make it a part of the case file or administrative file.
So you guys retained a CGMP consultant after this most recent 2024 inspection?
We've actually had the CGMP consultant during the pendency of the discussions on the decree. It's some of it's kind of lost on my choppy explanation, but in December 19, 2022, that ended a nearly years-long negotiation process between myself, who at the time was acting as outside counsel to the company, as well as FDA, and as their next friend, the Consumer Protection Division of the Department of Justice.
So currently Maryland, most recently Maryland and Virginia is not allowing their products being shipped into their state. Is that what I'm reading?
Maryland is a probationary. It was an extension of the probationary period. That was the action that was taken.
Are you challenging Virginia's denial?
So they basically said at the time they did not have enough information to renew the license that we had submitted, and we are availing ourselves of the opportunity to have a dialogue, much like we're having today, with them. And it was by their invitation that we are getting that opportunity. It has not yet occurred, though. So to answer your question directly, no, we're not trying to challenge it. We want to just explain and provide some color as to what's going on here. This is not a compounder that's continued to run amok. Not that they ever did, but it is a compounder that has a steadfast commitment to moving things forward, and also to be able to illustrate that Qualgen has changed for the better. There are now critical looks that are taken at processes, and there's a continual ask about how the organization can remain a best-in-class outsourcer. We don't view FDA's observations as dispositive of whether the company is operating in a state of compliance with the law or regulation. In fact, FDA says the very same thing when in relation to the observations on 483s it issues to industry. But that doesn't change the fact that FDA's observations, as well as those from our state regulatory partners, are nonetheless informative and have helped guide Qualgen's eye towards a more enhanced view of compliance, not just through FDA's lens, but also through the lens of the expectations of our various state partners.
So if you're performing e-beam sterilization, are you just compounding solid dosage forms like pellets?
Yes, ma'am, they are pellets. I'm sorry, I should have been more clear.
I think I am inclined to agree with Ms. Walmsley that I feel comfortable with the direction that this company is going. And I would move to approve the renewal.
Do I have a second?
I'll second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you very much for being in attendance today.
Of course, we again appreciate you working with us regarding our technological difficulties, but Madam Chairperson and Board, we appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms.
Madam Chair, just for the record, there was one nay, it was Mr. Anderson on that.
Okay, thank you. Miss Ralston Davis, can we do a mic check for you?
Yes, Madam Chairperson, can you hear me okay?
Yes, much, much better. Guys, do we want to go ahead and go through this one, or do we need a bio break?
I think they called for a break, Madam Chair.
Okay, Miss Davis, we're gonna take
Yes,
a
ma'am.
we're gonna take a 10-minute break, so we'll come back at like 10:10. But
Okay.
stay online because we can hear you good now.
Perfect. I will do so.
Thank you.
All right. Enjoy your break. Thank you.
All right, welcome back. Dr. Gandhi, do we have everybody in the room? I can't see.
We do. We're waiting for Mr. Dang to come back.
Okay.
Miss Walmsley, I'm having a hard time hearing your audio. I didn't
Okay.
but just since we've been back.
We'll track down Mr. Dang here.
Is that better?
A little, it just sounds muffled.
Seems like Mr. Dang has a call, so we can get started and he can catch up.
Okay. Miss Danielle Ralston Davis, if you could please introduce yourself for the record.
My name is Melissa Danielle Ralston Davis, a former employee of Prime Therapeutics. How else
Miss
would
Bolts,
well, how else am I supposed to state myself?
that's good. Miss Bolts, if you could give us a brief summary, please.
Certainly. Melissa Ralston Davis was licensed as a pharmacy technician on October 29th, 2019. Her license expired on October 31st, 2022. She applied to renew her license on September 4th, 2024. Prior to applying for the renewal of her license, Ms. Ralston Davis contacted the board office by phone. During her conversation with the licensing administrator, Ms. Ralston Davis stated that she had been working as a clinical pharmacy technician without a valid license. Ms. Ralston Davis's renewal application indicated that she was not currently working in a pharmacy, but was employed by PBM-UM Medical Oncology. When board staff requested clarification of Ms. Ralston Davis's employment, she explained that she began employment for Magellan RX Management in 2019, but that Magellan had recently undergone a merger with Prime Therapeutics. Ms. Ralston Davis indicated that she was employed as a clinical technician 1 until 2022 and obtained a new role as a clinical pharmacy technician 2 on August 10th, 2024. Neither Magellan RX Management nor Prime Therapeutics, located at 2900 Ames Crossing Road, Glendale, Arizona, hold valid permits with the Arizona State Board of Pharmacy. These are pharmacy benefit manager businesses.
Thank you, Miss Bolts. Miss Ralston Davis, would you like to add anything before we jump into questions for you?
Yes, ma'am. I first started with Magellan RX Management as a clinical tech 1. Then I advanced to another position, which did not require a pharmacy license, to which added to the confusion of why it didn't get renewed. Also, I am a new Arizona resident as of 2019. So with California policy and Arizona policy, I was going through a divorce. At the time of renewal, the renewal letter, I was not, that was sent by the board, I did not receive, given that it went to a previous address, which I had moved from during my separation and divorce. I did not work when I moved up to clinical technician 2. I did my training, and then the human resources department caught me on like day 2 after training, which was September 4th. So I guess technically speaking, I probably worked 24 hours without a license, but because it was a brand new rule. So I had just passed my 2-week training, and then I was 2 days on the floor the second day human resources, which was September 4th, and then I tried to correct it.
If I may, Madam President, I'd like to direct your attention to page 2000 of your board book, communication with Ms. Ralston Davis with a licensing administrator. Ms. Ralston Davis indicated that she started her new position as a clinical technician 2 on 8/10/12, 2024.
That's correct.
So August 10th through 12th, 2024.
August 10th, 2024 is when I first started with a new role with the utilization management oncology that required my license. And that started my 2-week training. So 8/10 to like 8/30 And then the weekend hit, and then when I went onto the floor to start the position, that's when Human Resources had caught it on September 4th.
And she's working as a clinical pharmacy technician at a pharmacy benefit manager company.
So that
Correct.
goes to my question. What is a clinical technician 1 and what does a clinical technician 2 do? And why did you say one required a license and maybe one did not? Can you clarify both of those?
Oh, I apologize. So there's actually 3 job positions from start to finish with Magellan RX and Prime. When I first onboarded with Magellan, I was a clinical technician 1. And then I moved to a select savings team advocate, which did not require my license, which is where my license fell off because I didn't need it. So I wasn't aware. And like I said, at the time I was going through an upheaval of life situations. But I did not need my tech license at that time. So until August 10th, I did not need a tech license.
And what does a clinical technician 1 do?
Yes, ma'am. So clinical 1 is like entry level. Clinical 2 is more advanced, I guess, to put it in layman's terms.
But entry level, what were some of your duties? Why was it called clinical? What constituted clinical work?
The clinical part was that I was working the technician line for benefit related questions. I was managing certain white glove clients. For example, like MCC of Arizona, clients like that. So I was helping them with pharmacy reversals, any member that had any issues with their pharmacy benefits, they would call their pharmacy benefit manager and we would assist. The clinical 2 technician role is more of prior authorizations for oncology patients, working with the doctor's offices and physicians.
Doing what?
Prior authorizations for oncology medications.
Were you
to get approval.
suggesting what medications should be prescribed?
No, ma'am. The doctor's office calls in with all the information for the patient. We go through the system with the system questions, and the system is the one that gives the approval or denial.
Do you enter anything directly into the patient's profile? Do you do any data entry or anything like that?
No, my role for the clinical 2 was no data entry. No, that's more like the retail that I was doing before. No, ma'am. I was not doing any data entry or counting medication or anything like that. It's all call center. The clinical 1, I was involved with live claims and patient interactions. The clinical 2, like I said, was more interactions with the doctor's offices calling in, and due to HIPAA, we have, that was high. HIPAA is very high. They have to give us information with the clinical 2 rules. So no, ma'am, I never gave any sort of input or anything like that.
So do you do any processing whatsoever, or it's mostly it's strictly third party related activities?
Third party, I mean, because we are working directly with the doctor's offices for the member to get approval for their oncology meds. So I needed to know the appropriate, to try to get approval. When they call in, you have to determine if it's a short dated prior authorization or, those type of things. But as far as so for the 24 hours that I was working, we were just trying to get approval or denials for the prior authorizations.
Ms. Davis, does Magellan policy state that clinical technician level 1 duties do not require technician license?
No, sir. Clinical 1 and 2 do require licensure. And Human Resources Department was working with me to resolve the matter, all the confusion of the matter.
Do you work under the supervision of a pharmacist?
My manager is also a technician. No, ma'am. I do not.
Is there a pharmacist? Is there a pharmacist available?
We have a helpline, and we have I don't with the clinical 2 role, the clinical 1 role, yes, I could call it a pharmacist. But with the clinical 2, pharmacists were not involved as far as, like I said, it was very new. I was brand new to the 2 role. But I don't believe we worked with pharmacists. Oh, we do. We did work with pharmacists. They have a helpline also. I apologize. I had to think about that.
I don't know if what she's saying requires a license
So
in the clinical role.
So I don't. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We did
No, go
work
ahead.
with pharmacists. So if there was any issues, we would reach out to the pharmacist, and they would take over.
So please, board staff, correct me if I'm wrong. So we do not regulate PBM, and she was working for them. I don't think the title of the position will matter. Maybe it's misleading,
We
like
would
pharmacy
regulate the
technician.
clinical 2 1 role that she was stating, because they're working as a technician in that role.
That's what I'm saying.
But
Is
2,
the
it doesn't-
title misleading or not? So I mean, my perspective, she has not violated any rules. From my perspective, that's what I need guidance. I mean, what's the concern?
Board staff was concerned that she's working as a clinical pharmacy technician without the supervision of a pharmacist at a place that's not a pharmacy.
But
We
the
ha-
role
we
that
have-
she's doing may not require a license at
Yeah.
all. So
We have definition for clinical pharmacist or clinical pharmacy.
That's why I had her provide her job descriptions. Those are included in the summary. So
yeah,
those
the only thing that worried me was it sounded like she was maybe giving suggestions of what medications they should prescribe.
determining appropriateness for medications.
But it's generally by a script, and you don't have to be licensed. You just follow the
Yeah.
script and you yes or no and go down the workflow.
If she wasn't accessing a pharmacy software, processing prescriptions, I don't think she had any violation from my perspective. So
I agree with you, Tariq. Although I'm not super comfortable with them saying that she's a pharmacy technician and a clinical pharmacy technician when that doesn't appear to be what the role really is. But
Agree
Well,
that
can you elaborate on that, madam? Because it does require a technician license. The medications are highly cost medications. So
maybe for your company, but not for the function of not for the scope of the activities that you're performing according to state law and rule. It does not require a license.
I understand. Okay, sorry. Thank you.
Our concern is more with how your employer is calling you, if you will.
Okay. Thank you.
I would suggest that the cleanest way is that the employer not use these job titles.
But do we have any say in that?
We don't, but
They can define it how they want.
I think we can try to engage with their HR department to see if we can.
just changing title to whatever they choose, but not like
prior auth technician.
prior auth technician or prior auth pharmacy tech. So unless I have any more comments, I will move to approve her application for.
They might have said clinical because we deal with the
Yeah,
clinic.
yeah.
I'm not
Miss
sure.
Miss Davis, no worries. This is we're in
Sorry about
discussion. We're in discussion now. So go ahead, Mr. Al-Nassif.
Yeah, I move to approve her application to renew her license.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you for being present, Miss Ralston.
Thank you. Merry Christmas. Happy holidays.
Take care. Dr. Gandhi, can you direct me where we want to go next? 22B, maybe?
Pardon me. Do I leave the room?
Yes, we're finished with you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If we can do 22C, Madam Chair, I have my licensing team here.
Okay,
22B also, 22B, so we can just do the entire.
B, okay.
Yep, B and C.
22B, Christina Marie Peterson.
I'm here.
Welcome. If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
My name is Christina Marie Peterson.
Thank you. Ms. Volz, if you could give us a summary, please.
Christina Pedersen applied for a pharmacy technician license on June 22nd, 2024. She disclosed 2 criminal charges on her application, a 2022 domestic violence charge and a 2023 DUI. Ms. Pedersen failed to disclose her first DUI conviction from 2014. Ms. Pedersen pled guilty to battery of a household member. Her sentence included supervised probation for 728 days, participation and successful completion of a 52-week domestic violence offender treatment, payment of all fines, not consume alcohol or enter an establishment with alcohol, enter, participate in, and successfully complete alcohol screening, and comply with any treatment recommended by the screener. Ms. Pedersen was unable to provide documentation of her alcohol screening. She did provide documentation indicating that she completed domestic violence screening on September 18th, 2024, and is recommended to complete the remaining 38 weeks of domestic violence treatment in Arizona. Ms. Pedersen pled guilty to driving under the influence of intoxicating liquor and drugs, second offense in 2023. She was placed on supervised probation for 3 years, required to attend a victim impact panel, only operate vehicles equipped with ignition interlock devices, complete 48 hours of community service, pay all court costs, and complete 96 hours of community custody program. Ms. Pedersen was also required to complete inpatient treatment and follow all recommendations for follow-up care. She is currently transferring her probation from New Mexico to Arizona and is currently in compliance with the terms of probation.
Thank you, Ms. Volz. Ms. Peterson, would you like to add anything before the board proceeds with questions for you?
Yes, so I'd like to add, I did not disclose my first DUI in 2014 because on the application it said 7 years. So I thought I only had to go within the last 7 years. As soon as I found out from the licensing manager that I needed to disclose my first DUI, I immediately sent in all that paperwork as long as all the required documents that I had completed. So that is over and finished with. I know the licensing manager did want to receive the alcohol screening. However, due to that being strictly the relationship between the person who did the screening and my probation officer, they were not able to give me that. I did send a receipt saying that I did complete it on June 8th of 2023. My probation is being transferred to Arizona since I'm a new resident to Arizona. I have a job at Walgreens, but I cannot fulfill any technician roles or duties or anything like that. I get my license. Other than that, I've been fully compliant with everything. I'm very active with AA. I have a sponsor. I almost have a year of sobriety. So, I mean, there's just a lot going on. But like I said, I've been fully compliant with everything that has been asked of me.
Based on Ms. Peterson's admission that she works for Walgreens, I will step aside and send a recusal.
Thank you, Ms. Walmsley. As a follow-up question, Ms. Pedersen, does New Mexico license pharmacy technicians?
I'm sorry, what?
Does New Mexico license pharmacy technicians?
Yes.
So what's the status of your New Mexico license?
So I have not renewed my New Mexico license. It was active when I sent in my application, but I have not renewed it because I no longer live in New Mexico.
So did you disclose to the New Mexico Board of Pharmacy that what you've disclosed to us?
I have disclosed the 2014 DUI. I did not disclose the latest charges to them because I'm not practicing and I have not practiced as a pharmacy technician for the past 2 years.
So they've not taken any action on your license?
No, I completely ignored it, sir.
So is your license in New Mexico closed or not renewed?
It is not renewed at the moment, no.
So the status is closed or
I currently don't know the status. When I applied to this application, they said to send in a copy of my PTCB and my state license, and I did. I do know that it expires at the end of this year, but I have not touched it because I do not reside in New Mexico. And the
Also-
reason why, I'm sorry, the reason why I did not disclose those latest charges is because I was not working as a technician, and I was going through a separation, and there was just a lot going on in my life, and that's when all this stuff started happening. And so really my work and my technician license were at the bottom of my totem pole because my life was just spiraling out of control.
I noticed that your PTCB certificate expired on August 31st. Did you renew that?
I did renew it, yes.
So do we need a substance use evaluation and fitness for duty?
Yeah, no, we should.
I want to make a motion for a substance use evaluation and fitness for duty evaluation.
Second.
Any further discussion? Ms. Galvin, is that motion in order?
Yes, this would be an interim order.
Okay. Do we need roll call for this?
You do not.
Okay. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Ms. Pedersen, the board staff will be in touch with you with an interim order for a substance use evaluation.
Okay.
Thank you. That
Thank you.
completes our matter with you.
22C, David Michael Reed.
Present, Madam Chairman.
Good morning. If you could please introduce yourself for the record.
My name is David Reed.
Thank you. Ms. Villa, could you give us a brief summary of the application?
Sure. David Reed applied for an Arizona pharmacist license by reciprocity on September 18th, 2024. He disclosed 2 disciplinary actions taken against his New Mexico state license. Mr. Reed was disciplined in New Mexico in 2001 for practicing as a pharmacist without a license. Mr. Reed was also disciplined in 2000 for the visual and physical examination of a patient's C-section and breast. Mr. Reed complied with all requirements ordered by the New Mexico Board of Pharmacy, and his pharmacist license is currently active.
Thank you, Ms. Villa. Mr. Reed, would you like to address anything to the board before we proceed with questions?
Only that it's been over 20 years since these incidents occurred, and I have successfully practiced without incidents since that time.
Thank you. Board members, questions?
Do you have active licenses? I believe it was Texas, New Mexico, and Oklahoma. Is that correct?
I hold licenses in New Mexico as my original license, Texas by reciprocity, and Oklahoma by reciprocity. The Texas license is inactive at this time.
Mr. Reed, why do you want an Arizona license?
Well, I've recently relocated to Arizona, to a lovely 55+ community in preparation for eventual retirement. And I think it would be much simpler logistically for me to practice closer to home than to continue to commute to New Mexico.
I know it's been a while, but can you give some clarity around what took place?
In 2000, I was practicing as a retail pharmacist, and I exceeded the boundaries of patient-pharmacist relationship, and inappropriately, in an effort to assist a patient, examined her cesarean section scar to detect infection. There was not any infection whatsoever, and I referred her back to her physician, but it appeared what came out in the examination is that this particular individual makes a business of entrapping practitioners for the sole purpose of causing lawsuit and then earning money that way. But nevertheless, the matter was settled. I fulfilled 5 counseling sessions with a professional counselor regarding the topic of patient-pharmacist relationship and boundaries successfully. And I practiced carefully and during the 2-year probationary period successfully. And that completed that matter. The other matter was just an oversight on my part. I failed to renew my license with the appropriate CEs in time because I was distracted as the pharmacy manager of a retail pharmacy with significant controlled substance loss issues. A couple of the employees were working together to take controlled substances from the pharmacy, and it was a difficult detective job for me to pin the matter down, and it was very distracting. So as a result, I paid a fine and was on probation. I also suffered a letter of reprimand in my professional file, but I submitted the 2-year probation period successfully and have been practicing without incident since then.
In that statement, you said the matter was settled. Was that a settlement between you and the person, or were charges ever brought against you?
Were ever brought. This was a civil matter that was resolved that way. Basically, she was paid money to satisfy her civil lawsuit.
Thanks for the clarity.
Sure.
I'd like to make a motion for legal advice in executive session, please.
Second.
Before we move there, may I just ask a question?
Certainly.
Mr. Reed, you had stated that this was an entrapment type situation. Was that found? Was that legitimate?
It wasn't revealed clearly at the time during the presentation of the suit. It became evident historically several years later as these individuals continued to make these kind of claims against pharmacists and other licensed individuals. A pattern emerged.
Was that something you challenged later on when you learned of that?
No. So much time had gone by, and I had successfully completed the probation, and I was practicing without incident. I didn't feel it necessary to challenge the issue.
One more question before you go. All of your licenses are currently in good standing then?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Do we still think we need legal advice?
Yes.
Fine with that.
Item motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Mr. Reed, we're going to go into a private room and we will come back shortly. Just hang tight with us.
Very well.
Thank you.
Supplicant.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Discussion after legal advice.
I have a statement. It's troubling to me what took place. I know it's been quite some time. It's just such an overreach of where your professional duties should have been at. So it's very troubling to me to hear about what took place. It's also troubling to me to hear you speak about the person who, in this case, I would consider a victim. So I think it would be inappropriate for us to bring them into the discussion when they're not here to speak on their own behalf. And I wouldn't want them to come across in a negative light in this when we're talking directly with you. So considering the amount of time it's been, I do want to approve your application, but I would say that the minimum I would want is a letter of concern. So I'll make that my motion.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
And the advisory letter is based on being disciplined in another jurisdiction?
Yes.
Correct.
Any additional discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Mr. Reed, for being present today.
You're welcome.
Appreciate it. Let's go to tab 23. That is, oops, I just lost my book.
Twenty-three D, Madam Chair.
Who's the person? I'm having trouble navigating in my book right now.
23D, I'm recused of due to my employment.
Thank you.
Miriam Silla.
Thank you. Good morning. Ms. Silla, if you could please introduce yourself for the record.
My name is Miriam Silla.
Welcome. Ms. I'm sorry, Ms. Brown, can you give us a brief summary?
Certainly. Jenica Brown, Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director. Miriam Silla was issued a pharmacy technician license on July 2nd, 2024. It expires on October 31st, 2025. Her license is currently suspended. On September 21st, 2024, Ms. Silla contacted the board and self-reported her diversion of tramadol from CVS, which led to the termination of her employment. She indicated that she stole 157 tramadol 50 milligram tablets from the pharmacy to self-treat leg pain that she obtained in an accident that occurred in March 2024. Board staff opened a complaint against Ms. Silla's license, and Ms. Silla responded to the complaint, stating that she wished to enter into an interim consent agreement for drug screening, substance use evaluation, and interim suspension of license. On September 24th, 2024, board staff received the DEA Form 106 from CVS, which stated that Ms. Silla was responsible for theft of approximately 450 tramadol 50 milligram tablets and 300 alprazolam 0.5 milligram tablets. Staff contacted CVS and issued a subpoena for records in this matter. Staff also followed up with Ms. Silla to clarify her statement and ask if tramadol was the only medication involved in the diversion. Ms. Silla responded to staff's questions and asserted that tramadol was the only medication involved. Staff also received notification from DPS on September 24th indicating that Ms. Silla's fingerprint clearance card was suspended as she was arrested and/or fingerprinted for felony narcotic drug and misdemeanor theft on or about September 10th, 2024. Of note, Ms. Silla did not disclose this arrest when speaking with board staff. On September 25th, 2024, Ms. Silla was offered an interim consent agreement for drug screening, substance use evaluation, and interim suspension of license with a deadline to sign by September 26, 2024. The requirement for substance testing was outlined in the agreement and indicated that the testing needed to be completed by 5 p.m. on September 27th, 2024. Ms. Silla signed the agreement and returned it to board staff on September 30th. On September 30th, 2024, CVS responded to the board subpoena. The documentation provided revealed Ms. Silla's written responses to CVS, admitting to theft of approximately 450 tramadol tablets and approximately 300 alprazolam tablets. Her statements to CVS did not align with her responses to board staff and suggest that she was dishonest in the board's investigation. Between October 15th and October 23rd, 2024, Ms. Silla and staff conversed over email regarding the consent agreement and Ms. Silla's desire to further discuss the matter. Ms. Silla requested a reconsideration for reinstatement of her license. Staff clarified that the board will not determine whether or under what circumstances her license would be reinstated until she completes the substance use evaluation, and the evaluator makes recommendations for the board to consider. Ms. Silla stated that she did not intend to back out of the interim consent agreement and thought that there was an option for a fine. Staff reiterated that a fine is not an option at this time and that she would need to abide by the terms of the consent agreement. The board voted to approve Ms. Silla's interim consent agreement during the October 2024 board meeting. The agreement became effective on October 25th, 2024. On November 6th, 2024, staff contacted Ms. Silla for an update on the drug test as staff had not received any results. Staff sent a follow-up email to Ms. Silla on November 12th as a response had not been received. Ms. Silla responded on the 12th and stated that she did not have the money to pay for the drug test. She stated that she scheduled her evaluation and drug testing with Community Bridges on December 5th, 2024, which is over 2 months beyond the required timeframe for the drug testing and 10 days beyond the required timeframe for the evaluation. This case is before the board today to consider Ms. Silla's noncompliance with the terms of her interim consent agreement.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Ms. Silla, would you like to add anything before we proceed with questions?
I wrote a 2-page essay. Is that okay for me to read?
Staff, that's what we have in the book already, right?
Well, I wrote it recently, like 2 days ago.
Okay, then we don't have it. Go ahead and read it then.
To the honorable members of the Board of Pharmacy, I am writing to express my deepest remorse and regret for my actions that led to the diversion of tramadol and alprazolam from CVS Pharmacy, resulting in my termination from the company and legal consequences. I fully acknowledge the severity of my actions, and I offer this letter as a sincere and heartfelt apology for the breach of trust I have caused, not only to the board, but to the pharmacy profession and the community I served. The gravity of my conduct has been a constant source of reflection and sorrow. The decision I made was inexcusable, and I am deeply ashamed of betraying the trust in me as a licensed pharmacy technician. I made an impulsive, irresponsible, and reckless choice in an attempt to manage my own pain stemming from a traumatic car accident I experienced on March 1st of this year. Instead of seeking proper medical assistance and guidance, I foolishly resorted to diversion of prescription medications, which was an unethical and illegal course of action. I now realize that this decision was not only a personal failure, but also a violation of the oath I took as a healthcare provider to act with integrity, professionalism, and in the best interest of those who rely on me. The consequences of my actions have been profound. Not only did I lose my job at CVS Pharmacy, but I also faced criminal charges and spent time in jail. The shame and regret I felt were compounded by the hardship this situation imposed on my family, my career, and my mental well-being. I recognize now that my impulsive actions had far-reaching implications, affecting not only my life, but also the reputation of the pharmacy profession I hold so dearly. The trust that the public and my colleagues placed in me was shattered, and for this, I am profoundly sorry. Since my termination and the legal proceedings that followed, I have undergone a process of personal reckoning. The loss of my job at CVS Pharmacy has not only had financial implications, but it also left me grappling with a deep sense of personal failure. I have found it difficult to come to terms with the consequences of my actions, as they have affected my ability to provide for my family, maintain my career, and regain the respect of my peers. My life has been upended, and I now face the daunting challenge of rebuilding my future. Through this experience, I have learned invaluable lessons. I have come to understand the critical importance of seeking help and guidance when faced with difficult situations. Instead of attempting to self-medicate or take matters into my own hands, I should, no matter the circumstances, I should have turned to professionals for help. I have learned that no matter the circumstances, that there's always a better, more responsible course of action. I now take full accountability of my actions, and I deeply regret that I allowed my personal pain to cloud my judgment. I betrayed the trust of this board, my colleagues, my employer, and most importantly, the community that trusted me with their health and well-being. In the time since these events unfolded, I have worked diligently to rebuild my life. I have been in ongoing therapy to address the emotional and psychological toll that my actions have caused, and I have also sought medical care for my leg pain, which has been an ongoing issue since my car accident. I am currently under the care of a doctor who is helping me manage the pain and navigate the recovery process. This has been a humbling and eye-opening experience, as I now see the value in approaching my health and well-being with a professional and measured mindset. I recognize The path to healing, both physically and emotionally, is not one I can walk alone, and I am committed to seeking and accepting the help that I need. I understand that as a result of my actions, I have lost the trust of the board, and I take full responsibility for this. I do not expect to regain that trust overnight, but I am committed to doing everything in my power to rebuild it. I humbly ask for your patience and understanding as I continue my journey of personal and professional rehabilitation. I am actively working toward fulfilling the interim agreement, but I must acknowledge that due to my current financial situation, I have been unable to complete it by the original agreed upon deadline. I do not have the necessary funds at this time as I have been struggling financially following my termination and incarceration. However, I am working diligently to save the money required to complete the evaluation and fulfill my obligations to the board. I kindly request an extension to allow me more time to gather the necessary funds and demonstrate my commitment to this process. I deeply regret my choices I made and the hurt that I have caused. I fully understand the severity of my actions and the consequences they have had on my career and the trust placed in me. I do not take this situation lightly, and I am fully committed in ensuring that this will never happen again. I have learned the hard way, and integrity and professionalism must always come first. And I will spend the rest of my life making up for the harm I caused. I implore the board to consider my request for more time to fulfill the interim agreement, and I assure you that I will continue to work tirelessly to regain my standing as a trusted healthcare professional. I am truly sorry for my actions, and I am committed to demonstrating through my actions that I am capable of learning from my mistakes and rebuilding the trust I have broken. I ask for your understanding and the opportunity to prove that I can once again be a positive and contributing member to the pharmacy community. Thank you for your time, consideration, and most importantly, your compassion.
Thank you, Ms. Silla, for sharing. Board members, what questions do you have?
Madam Chair, I have a couple questions for Ms. Brown. Are you currently employed?
Currently I just started working at Amazon yesterday, so yes.
Okay, and then my other question is, based on the narrative, you had committed to have the drug test completed on December 5th. Have you done that?
No. So I originally messaged Papa about an evaluation and a drug screening, and they told me that they didn't have any available appointments for like a month out. So that's when I went to Community Bridges, and my appointment was set for last week, December 4th. However, I got a message from them saying that the doctor had a family emergency and I would need to reschedule. So I rescheduled from 2 weeks from now for both the drug screening and the evaluation, the drug test and evaluation.
Are you working at Amazon Pharmacy or in the distribution part of
The
business?
distribution center.
And you're their full-time employee?
Yes.
Ms. Silla, so you're asking for an extension. You're willing to comply with what the board is asking of you. What do you think is reasonable in terms of a time to comply?
I was gonna ask for the end of January. Just so that, because they told me for the evaluation it's 1,500 with the drug test included. And I don't have money right now. So the end of January, I would definitely be able to have everything done.
May I ask the question, please? So you have scheduled an appointment on the 4th of December. That was rescheduled for 2 weeks from then, but now you're telling us you don't have the money for that evaluation.
No, it's scheduled for 2 weeks from now, from this week. And I will have the money by then because I started working at Amazon yesterday and we get weekly pay. So I should have that money saved by the time of my appointment.
Do we have confirmation that Community Bridges canceled the appointment or rescheduled it because of the doctor's schedule?
No, we do not.
You couldn't have kept that appointment on the 4th because you didn't have the funds. Is that right?
Yes. And then I was also messaged that it needed to be rescheduled before I canceled it.
Is there a way that the board staff can validate the cancellation of the appointment?
Yes, I can.
Okay.
But does it matter at this point? Can't we just give her an extension and then say, if not by that certain time, then we proceed to hearing?
I would be for that.
I would too.
So your appointment's in a week. Is that
2 weeks?
2 weeks. Okay, so by December
31st.
31st. Okay. Right, I'll make a motion. I'll make a motion that to give you till December 31st to comply with the consent order and board orders. If not, then we'll proceed to a hearing.
If I may, the extension to 12/31 to comply with the order includes undergoing and completing the evaluation and submitting for the required drug testing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And if she fails to submit to the evaluation or complete the drug testing by 12/31, then this matter is referred to formal hearing. For what disciplinary action would you be looking for?
Potential revocation. Also, is it a hair test that we've asked for?
We should.
It was urine and hair and follicle test.
Thank you.
Given that she asked for January, I think it should be January 31st instead of December 31st.
I agree.
What was the first part of that?
I said, I think it should be, she asked for January. I think it should be January 31st instead of December 31st.
What's the reasoning?
That's what she said she needs from a financial standpoint.
But she already has an appointment.
And she did say she would have the money for that appointment, to keep that appointment, if I understood her.
So are you requesting till end of December or end of January?
I'm requesting until the end of January, just in case anything happens. Because the end of December, I'm set to move as well. So I know I have other financial expenses. So just in case something occurs during that time period, that won't allow me to fulfill it.
I feel like I totally understand because this is quite expensive. I definitely appreciate all your words and we want to support you in getting your career back on path. I feel like we've already given a time frame that's been blown, so I don't know that we should extend it again beyond what she's already provided us with an appointment time. So I don't know that we need to extend it beyond that.
Food for thought. I don't think she poses a risk because she's suspended. So what's the risk in allowing her longer time to do it? She's seems extremely remorseful. She's very contrite for her actions. She's willing to make the decision, willing to take the steps necessary. I don't think that she poses a risk, is my personal opinion.
I completely agree with that.
And it's a good point. I don't know if a 1 month would matter, so you're not working in pharmacy, gives you extra time. I just don't like the idea that you have an appointment and then you're kind of giving yourself more leeway to possibly cancel that appointment. And I don't want you to be put in a position where you're not able to reschedule within the time frame. I'm concerned about that, and you coming to us saying I couldn't get an appointment. But if that's what everyone wants to do, I don't see a problem with extending to January.
Okay. I amend my second.
So I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
So you had mentioned that you're under the care of a physician now for your pain. So to your comfort level, you don't have to disclose any, health information, but I'm assuming you may still be on some sort of medication to help control that pain that may impact your ability to stay sober. So I just implore that you get into a program as soon as possible so that that can be addressed and you can be successful, because we want you to be successful.
I don't know that we know that she has a substance use disorder. That's what this is to determine.
Exactly.
I think we're making assumptions. So she may not need treatment. I think we need to determine whether or not she's safe to practice and whether or not treatment is necessary for her to continue to practice. And I believe the evaluation will allow us to know that.
Agreed.
So we have a motion and a second. Any final discussion? Hearing none, does this require a roll call since we're amending in the current order? Probably best, right, Dr. Gundy?
It doesn't require it, but you may if you wish.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you for being present and thank you for sharing your personal story, Ms. Silla. Wishing you all the best, and we will talk to you after the first of the year.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Bye. 23E, Stuart Neville.
Not present, nor do I see him online, Madam Chair.
I think we can continue on this one without him. Any concerns from the other members to continue? Hearing none, Ms. Brown, can you give us a summary?
Certainly. Jenica Brown, Executive Assistant to the Deputy Director. Stuart Knievel was issued a pharmacy technician trainee registration on November 2nd, 2023. It will expire on November 30th, 2026. His registration is currently open. On or about June 11th, 2024, Mr. Knievel contacted board staff and self-disclosed a DUI from December 2022. Board staff opened a complaint against Mr. Knievel's registration and requested a response to the complaint to include whether or not this was his first DUI, as well as copies of records from the arresting agency and adjudicating court. Mr. Knievel responded and stated that this was his first DUI. Staff provided Mr. Knievel with a screenshot of public access information indicating another DUI in 2015. Mr. Knievel responded and stated that he didn't think it counted and that the court told him that it didn't count against him because it was over 8 years. He confirmed that there was another DUI in 2015. Mr. Knievel also provided court documents related to his 2022 DUI. They are included in the board's files for consideration. On July 10th, 2024, the board issued Mr. Knievel an interim order for substance use and abuse evaluation with a fitness for duty component. Mr. Knievel complied with the interim order and underwent an evaluation on August 13th, 2024. The results of the evaluation are included in the board's files for consideration. On October 29th, 2024, board staff offered Mr. Knievel a consent agreement for probation with monitoring. The terms of the proposed consent agreement aligned with the evaluator's recommendations. Mr. Knievel responded to the proposed consent agreement and stated that the agreement is not a proposal he wishes to consent to. Staff asked him to elaborate on why he does not wish to enter into the agreement so that the board may consider his response. He stated that the cost of the requirements outlined in the agreement would severely impact his financial status. Mr. Knievel also confirmed that he is not currently employed with the pharmacy. Staff asked Mr. Knievel if he intended to pursue future employment in the pharmacy industry. Mr. Knievel did not respond. On November 6, 2024, board staff emailed Mr. Knievel and offered him the option to enter into a consent agreement for voluntary surrender of registration in lieu of further proceedings with the board. Staff indicated that if he did not wish to enter into the proposed consent agreement for probation nor consent agreement for voluntary surrender of registration, this matter would be presented to the board for further consideration. Mr. Knievel did not respond. Staff sent an additional follow-up email to Mr. Knievel on November 12, 2024, requesting a response by November 13th. As of today, Mr. Knievel has not responded to board staff. This case is before the board for discussion and consideration of the results of Mr. Knievel's evaluation and to determine how to proceed.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Board members, questions or discussion?
What options do we have if this Mr. Knievel won't consent to the proposed consent agreement and won't sign the surrender? Can we move to hearing?
You may, and that would be the reasonable course to pursue. And at that hearing, seek that either he comply with the terms that align with the evaluator's recommendations. Perhaps you feel at this point he is unregulatable because of his failure to communicate with the board. And you maybe want to consider whether you would seek revocation because he is unregulatable because he's not communicating.
I agree with moving it to hearing.
Legal's conferring, so I just
Yeah,
wanted to.
there's a question whether the consent agreement should come from the board directly. It hasn't been offered by the board, but it was offered by the staff. I'm of the opinion that coming from the staff as an agent of the board is, sufficient. But if there's a disagreement, I can be persuaded.
Can the board just reaffirm the consent agreement sent, and we can remind him that this was the position the board took at this meeting, and if not signed, going to hearing, so kind of just combine the two thoughts? Would cover the bases, I would think.
But if the board wants to send it to hearing, I think that's appropriate. If he were to, once he receives the notice of hearing, if he's willing to sign the consent at that point, is the board willing to accept that? Maybe it's recommend proceed to hearing, but accept if sign the consent. And if he does, then it doesn't have to come back to you. It'll just go into effect.
That sounds appropriate to me.
Is that your motion?
Yes, so moved.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Since we're offering the consent agreement, let's do a roll call.
Mr. Thorwald.
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley.
Aye.
Ms. Lehan.
Aye.
Mr. Dang.
Aye.
Mr. Al-Nasir.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it with one absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. All right, let's go to 23F, Complaint number 24-0274. Let me get past all the stuff that was added. This is a complaint regarding Tuan Den, Michelle Vo, and Dlat Pharmacy. Pharmacy used unapproved active pharmaceutical ingredients, APIs made for research only to perform sterile compounding without a sterile compounding environment. Mr. Patel, would you like to give us just a brief summary? And then I see we have, looks like counsel for the respondent. We'll give her the opportunity to speak after that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is case number 24-0274. During a routine inspection conducted on Wednesday, May 15th, 2024, compliance officer discovered that the pharmacy staff was using active pharmaceutical ingredients made for research use only and obtained from a non-permitted supply chain firm found on the internet, for which there was no registration with the FDA. These research use only medication was unapproved APIs such as semaglutide and tirzepatide were used in dispensation of approximately 1,000 prescriptions, and they were used for therapeutic use. These injectable doses of the medication were not produced in a sterile environment using aseptic techniques as required. It was also discovered that the pharmacy staff labeled compounded products as brand name Ozempic and Mounjaro. Furthermore, the pharmacy staff billed the insurance companies for a brand name product while dispensing a compounded product that was illegitimate. During the inspection, when asked multiple times if the pharmacy performed any compounding, the pharmacist in charge answered no, and he did so repeatedly when asked again. Furthermore, the pharmacist did not maintain any compounding records as required. Based on dispensation records, pharmacists Tuan Din and Michelle Vo were identified to have dispensed these for research use only products to patients for therapeutic use. It was also discovered by the Nevada Board of Pharmacy that Dlat Pharmacy was distributing this illegitimate research use only product to another pharmacy, which was co-owned by the respondent staff pharmacist Michelle Vo. A cease and desist order to stop using the illegitimate product was issued by the Nevada Board of Pharmacy to that other pharmacy.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Ms. Sullivan, would you like to address the board? I'm sorry, Ms. Snow.
Madam Chair, we also have Mr. Mahajan on the Zoom call to participate as well.
Okay.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the board. Courtney Sullivan representing local counsel for Mr. Din, Ms. Vo, and Dlat Pharmacy. Anthony Mahajong is online as well, representing the parties. We respect the board's inquiry in this matter. Our clients have asked us to express their sincere regret for the concerns raised by the board and request that the board accept their signed surrender agreements that you should have before you.
So we have surrender agreements in the book for all three permits.
Madam Chair, you have two in your board books. We received one last night, which is not in your board book for Michelle Vo.
But that's in order from staff's review.
Yes.
I have a question. Have we referred this matter to any other agencies?
Not
insurance
yet,
companies,
except for the Nevada Board of Pharmacy.
Can we make a motion to do that or just? put it on the record that we would like to see that done.
I would recommend that you deal with the consent agreements for voluntary surrender and then discuss any possible referrals after that.
Any further discussion, or do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion to accept the agreements for the consent agreements for voluntary surrender of these licenses.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Dr. Gandhi, roll call.
Certainly, and just point of clarification, it's licenses and a permit.
Yes, thank you.
So for 2 pharmacists and permit holder, right?
Mr. Thorwald,
Aye.
Ms. Nair,
Aye.
Ms. Davis,
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley,
Aye.
Ms. Lehan,
Aye.
Mr. Dang,
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif,
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it with 1 absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Any other discussion?
Yes, I make a recommendation that we refer this matter to the appropriate agencies.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Could you give staff some direction as to what or who the board believes would be the appropriate agency or agencies?
The insurance companies that they were sending misbranded claims to.
FDA.
The FDA.
Public Safety Department in Arizona.
Was there a recall? Because there definitely should have been a recall. I believe I read that there was.
We did recommend a recall be initiated on all products that were dispensed. So it
There's a
should be in the
copy of the
record.
recall in the board book.
That's what comes to mind. I don't know if any other board members have any other suggestions.
Sorry, I don't know if we need to refer to DA office so they can take it from there.
I don't think there was controlled substances involved in this.
No, not DEA, DA office. Like, you know, yeah, like Attorney General, or so they can take it from there. So they reach out to other departments if needed.
This was Mojave County. Do we need to do anything with the county?
I believe a referral to the Attorney General would be appropriate, and then they could bring in the county if it's more appropriate. I don't know if Medicare or Medicaid.
That's what I was saying. I don't know
Yeah,
what.
I believe they
insurances
can
were billed.
investigate that and they will report to them if needed. Yeah.
Thank you.
So I had a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you very much for your attendance. I think that takes us to 29B. Is that correct, Dr. Gandhi?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
We've got an update from Humana Pharmacy on their donation program. Welcome, Mr. Hunnell.
Thank you, board. My name is Nathan Hunnell. I am the pharmacist in charge for Renewal Pharmacy located here in Phoenix, Arizona. We are a mail delivery pharmacy that services patients throughout the United States. Madam Chair, I just want to point out, I think on the agenda, it does say Humana's medication donation program. We are rebranded as Renewal Pharmacy. We are wholly owned by Humana, though. I just want to point that out. First, I want to thank the board for their time today and Dr. Gandhi for inviting us to provide an update on our donation program. I know there are some new faces to the board since we last spoke about this many years ago, and a lot has transpired over the last 5 years in regards to medication donations. So I think the easiest way to go through this is probably just a historical timeline of how our donation program started, as well as the regulations that have been updated since. The impetus for our program was in 2018. We had a mechanical storage and counting device that had product bulked up in it. We did not need to use that medication for a particular reason. I thought, hey, this hasn't left the pharmacy. There's probably charities out there that could use it. Let's donate this medication. What we ran into is that the current statute and rules associated with medication donation prohibited medications being donated that were not in sealed original manufacturer containers. So unfortunately, that medication did have to go to a reverse distributor to be incinerated. After that, myself, some colleagues, and a peer kind of brainstormed on, what could we do? What could we present to the Board of Pharmacy to potentially have scenarios like that where it could be donated to a charitable healthcare clinic? In September 2019, we presented a deviation proposal to the Arizona Board of Pharmacy. The key differences or the key variances that we were looking for was that we would be allowed to donate medications. The rule and statutes back in 2019 did not include a pharmacy as an entity that could donate. There were other entities, but pharmacy was not clearly called out. Additionally, we wanted to propose that tamper-evident packaging should be what's in scope for review and potential donation, not just a sealed manufacturer container. As we all know, if a pharmacy has a sealed manufacturer container, you're likely going to send that back to your supplier for credit rather than donating it to a charity. And then lastly, the old regulation required product to have 6 months of expiration life on it. We were asking it to be reduced down to 3 months for us. I would like to thank the board. There was unanimous approval during that meeting. And then shortly thereafter, in January of 2020, we started donating to a local charitable healthcare clinic that's located here in Phoenix. Before I start talking about what we've done since then, I do want to call out that a year later, there was a Senate bill introduced in the 2021 legislative session sponsored by Nancy Bardo. And board member, Mr. Thorwald, I understand that you could probably provide some more details about that in your involvement as well. That statutory update actually had many similarities with our deviation request back in 2019. And additionally, the Board of Pharmacy repealed the rules that govern medication donation a year later in May of 2022. I would like to call out that those two actions, the statutory updates and the rules being repealed, that greatly expanded donation capabilities here in the state of Arizona. When I look across the United States at regulatory models for donation, I think Arizona is probably the most progressive and provides the most impact to its indigent population. So where we are today, since 2020, we have donated to a charitable healthcare clinic located here in Phoenix. We have donated 3.5 million dosage units of medications to that clinic. That is 3.5 million tablets, capsules, diabetic testing strips, et cetera. A few testimonials that I've received from that organization's leadership, as well as physicians, is that they have access to medications now that they would never be able to obtain themselves due to budget reasons. Additionally, some more clinical testimonials is that their lead physician stated that there are patients that have not had to start insulin due to our donation program. We are able to provide oral diabetes medications, and those are able to achieve the treatment goals for those patients and not have to start insulin. Another notable testimonial is that the newer class of blood thinner medications, we do donate those as well to that healthcare clinic, and patients do not have to start potentially warfarin for certain disease states. Again, I want to thank the board really on behalf of CenterWell Pharmacy and Humana, and really all of the patients that have been directly impacted by that decision back in 2019 and then the action since. There's been a lot of great impact here for that indigent population of Arizona. I really feel like it's a change that truly reflects the mission statement of the board, right? Protect the health of Arizona citizens, residents, but it's really promoting the health as well and creating a healthier community. So again, I want to thank you all, and I'd be willing to entertain any questions.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Huddle. Appreciate that. As we're looking at rules and things like that, I think this is the only program like this that exists in the state of Arizona. Are there things that, from your perspective and your practice today, that would make this easier for others to join in your mission? Because I think the work that you're doing is outstanding, and it's certainly wonderful to know that we're helping individuals in need. But are there things that you can offer to us that would make this easier for others to implement?
No, thank you, Madam Chair. Honestly, I think probably the biggest challenge is getting this out for people to know that it exists. I think when there are rule changes and there's statutory changes, you're, I don't want to say layman pharmacist, but the person working behind the counter, they may not be aware right away that there's been those changes. And I know our compliance officers do a great job of giving us the printout during inspections, but sometimes that could be, a year later and whatnot. So maybe a newsletter update saying, hey, this is something that changed. Here's some opportunities, the state and the board wants to see it. I think that would be helpful of getting it out there to the masses. Because when I speak to folks about this, a lot of people didn't even know that there were barriers to donations back in 2019, and they didn't know things were updated in the last few years. So I think there's an opportunity there.
But you don't think we need to make any updates to the regulations or statutes to make it easier for others to join it?
I personally don't, Lori. Sorry, Madam
Okay.
Chair. Yeah.
So thank you very much again. So why is only Phoenix? Have you tried to expand to different cities?
Yeah. So the charity that we work with, their presence is mainly here in Phoenix. We would be open certainly to other areas of Arizona as well.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, Member Thorwald, I'd like to make a comment on this.
Please.
The only thing that's really holding this up and preventing it from being very effective here in Arizona is public knowledge of it and a central place to go to find out about it, not only for pharmacies, but for organizations. Access didn't even understand it for 2 years, or DHS. And they should have known right up front for assisted living facilities. Without that, there's no way this is ever going to go anywhere. Yeah, no matter how progressive we are, we combined everything that worked and didn't work in all of the other states that were doing this. And there are other states that are literally doing over $20 million in drugs coming back that are being repurposed, and we're doing nothing. And until this state, like I've suggested in the past, does a website where anybody can put something up that is licensed to do it in the state and put it up for free or even for a small charge, and where people can go to, and the news media gets a hold of it, it is a worthless project. It is absolutely meaningless for any quantity of people, much less what could be done in the other states. We may have the most progressive program in the country, but we have one of the least effective because of that.
Mr. Thorwald, do you think this could be something that could rise to the level of Governor Hobbs' State of the State address? She could.
I think it should myself. We have the opportunities here to help more people than any other state is doing with this program, and to provide free medication. And I say free in that the only charge is for shipping and for reprocessing, repackaging. The other states that have done this have put up money themselves to do this. Some have put up 7 million and they've gotten 20 million back. And these are old numbers. These numbers have expanded greatly in the number of years since this was put into place. I had explored this with Senator Bartow at the time, and originally then House with Representative Bartow when she was there. And if it hadn't been for COVID, we would have gone through the year before. But I believe it would be a very effective tool. My understanding is Access is already starting to use this to a limited degree to help people that couldn't even afford to do these things before. And from what I understand, there's only a few companies that are doing this nationally that are nonprofits, and they don't put anything out unless they have enough drugs in advance to make sure that somebody will be able to continue on it. And in fact, if they can't afford even to pay the minimal amount of money for the processing and the shipping, they give it to them for free. And that has untold capacity to help people.
Do we know how to potentially ask to be on that, to be included in the State of the State address?
Personally, I think it would be a recommendation. If this board made that kind of recommendation to the governor's office, I think it would go a very long way in doing that, and the reasoning why. We should be the ones. When I first got involved in this, I thought we would be able to take the lead in this by now nationally, as a national example of what could be done to help people and to eliminate the shortages of drugs.
Thank you. Just for me, work for FQAC in Tucson, Arizona. I mean, there is two organizations out of Arizona, out of state, reach out to us, to FQAC, just offering to help underserved population. And I believe they do a great job, like donate medications for people who live under poverty. So it's just like, from my perspective, that will be also very helpful to work with this group of federal qualified health centers. They see 10% of Arizonan and the majority of their population, underserved population. And maybe if you work with them as one group, that will improve the program big time.
Yeah, thank you. The charity that we work with is a federally qualified.
FQAC.
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Mr. Thorwald, whatever the board decides to do with the information today, just know that CenterWell would gladly be partnered, in anything to get this out to the masses. So, please feel free to enlist us.
Thank you.
Mr. Hunnell, Madam Chair, just a thought here. You had proposed getting a newsletter out, and I know that we've implemented through Dear Max there, Dear Abby, Dear Max, whatever you want to call them, Compliance Corner, which was fairly new, maybe a year old now, where we do send out up and coming compliance things and legislative topics and so forth. I think one of the issues we have is we don't have a lot of people. I think we have 3,000 or 4,000 people signed up to receive it, and a 40% hit on top of that. So minimum about less than 2,000 hits. So that's an opportunity for us as well, to get the message out, but it's only as good as if somebody reads it, right? So there's a lot of opportunities here, but I think Ms. Nair's point is we can definitely entertain having a discussion with the governor's office and see how we can get our foot in the door in trying to get this expanded.
And possibly the Arizona Pharmacy Association, another audience there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We have a new leader there. So
Yeah, I see he's in the room. I'm sorry, I'm not there in person to meet him, but yes, I see he's there. So I'm sure he's taking notes. Yeah.
Madam President, I had actually discussed yesterday with Cam about if there would be any conflict with me going to the legislature this year, not as a member of the Board of Pharmacy, but as a person involved in this originally, to ask them to authorize, in fact, require a website be created to be able to get these words out. Personally, I think it would be much better if the Board of Pharmacy, even at this meeting, since it is agendized for this discussion, would vote to have a letter sent to the governor's office saying, here's how good this is, here's what it is. If we would move something along in this, that would, and create a website like that, and have her ask her to mention it in her State of the Union. This would be handled by all the news media outlets out there, and that would get it out quicker than any of these other suggestions that have been made so far.
I have a lot of questions about the website, though. Who would be able to maintain it? And what content would be expected to be on the website? Why not just have people come to the board website and we already have someone to host it?
Part of the issues that have been going on is initially the thought is you cannot promote one organization. And maybe we only have one in the state right now. That doesn't mean it can't build to 3 or 4 or 10. But how do you get around that? And I agree, the government should not be promoting a particular organization, but we can promote a website. Anybody that can put their name on that is registered to do this kind of service in the state of Arizona can be up there. And information on who can donate can be up there. And here's where you go to get it. You have to have that before the governor does an announcement to do that so that they know where to go to get it. Now, and how to process it. Where do they send it? What happens with it when it gets there? That kind of thing. Who's going to be the entity, the pharmacy that receives it, that checks it, that repackages it? Where's it going to be sent out to? How is all that going to work? That has to, without that, it's meaningless. It's a mixture of things that have to be done to process that. And you ask about a website. Well, Board of Pharmacy could do it. The Department of Health Services could do it. Access could do it. They all could do it, in my mind. The governor's office could do it. It could be on the governor's office. There can be a preset form that here's my information, we do this, here's how you package it. That's all that can go up there. Anybody can put it up as long as they're licensed in the state. They can do it themselves and service it themselves, but they have to verify that they're licensed. Anybody else can go to it for free. Just a website. So it would be very little staffing required other than creating it.
So did you need more direction on what we would like, or is the board in agreement that we'd want to approach the governor with it?
This is Jean. I'm a little concerned. The agenda just talks about Humana's update on their donation program and a discussion, with Humana about what they have accomplished. So I'm not sure that the agenda calls for or would allow us to decide what the board is going to do with respect to this program and whether we're
There's
going to
possible action
on Humana's donation program.
This program is the impetus to us expanding it. What they provided today, we'd like to expand upon it. Draw a conclusion.
I would agree with that. Of course, I'm biased. It doesn't matter.
That may be expanding it a little bit too far from the agenda.
The only problem, of course, is we're in December. By the next meeting, you don't need to worry about it because it'll be next year, the following year, before you can do anything anyway.
Well, okay.
Perhaps here's an alternative. Perhaps we don't take any action, but Dr. Gandhi could reach out to Governor Hobbs' staff and encourage them to watch this portion of the meeting to hear our discussion.
I think the only thing I can add is historically we have discussed this, and I think historically the board has made decision on ways to expand this program. So I'll take those historical messages away and act appropriately. Mr. Arnold, thank you for accepting the invitation and joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
And Mr. Hunnell, thank you for the work that Humana is doing to help provide care to citizens that otherwise couldn't afford it. I really appreciate the innovative work and for kind of stretching the boundaries to do good. So really commend your organization for the good work that you're doing.
Yeah, I think it's a team effort and we wouldn't have been able to do it without you all. So thank you.
Thank you. How is everybody doing? We don't have a whole lot left on the agenda. If there's no opposition, I'd like to kind of push on unless we need a quick break. I think we
break, please.
A bio break?
Yes, please.
Okay, let's come back at the top of the hour then. Thank you. right, welcome back, everybody. Dr. Gandhi, has everybody returned?
All right, Madam Chair, I think we got everybody accounted for here behind the table.
Okay. Sounds good. Let's go to item 29C, Matthew Philip Lorcher. Mr. Lorcher present?
Not in the room here and not online either, Madam Chair.
Board members, do we wish to proceed? I think we can probably proceed without him. Any objections? Hearing none, Ms. Mitchell, can you give us a summary, please?
Of course. On or about May 24th, 2024, board staff audited Matthew Lorcher's compliance with the continuing education requirements for renewal. Prior to reaching out to Mr. Lorcher, board staff reviewed a CPE monitor transcript and discovered he had completed just 14.25 hours of the required 30 hours of continuing education during the audit time period. This did not include any opioid-related, substance use disorder-related, or addiction-related continuing education. Board staff sent Mr. Lorcher an email asking that he provide additional information showing completion of the required CE. Communications with Mr. Lorcher showed that he completed the remaining 15.75 hours of CE, including the 3 hours of opioid-related continuing education, after he renewed on October 24th, 2023. Consequently, the hours were not completed within the timeframe set forth in rule. On August 27th, 2024, staff sent Mr. Lorcher a proposed consent agreement for civil penalty, continuing education, and audit. On September 30th, 2024, Mr. Lorcher requested reconsideration of the proposed consent agreement.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Board members, discussion, questions for Ms. Mitchell?
I have a question. On what basis would it be that we would reconsider? There was nothing given, right? They just don't want to pay the fine.
He just doesn't want to enter into the consent agreement.
I don't see anything here compelling to lead us to do anything differently than we normally do.
Make a motion to deny the request.
Second.
And would you like to give him an additional 15 days to sign or go to formal hearing, or?
I think that sounds reasonable.
I'll amend my second to include that.
I have a motion and a second. Does this require a roll call, Jean?
Yes, please.
Okay, Dr. Gandhi.
Mr. Thorwald.
Aye.
Ms. Nair.
Aye.
Ms. Davis.
Aye.
Ms. Walmsley.
Aye.
Ms. Lehan.
Aye.
Mr. Dang.
Aye.
Mr. Al Nassif.
Aye.
Mr. Anderson.
Aye.
Ayes have it with one absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Gandhi. Item 29D, Tori Dawson.
I am recused due to my employment.
Thank you. Hello, Ms. Dawson. I see you there. If you can unmute yourself and introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Tori Dawson, and I work currently employed at CVS Pharmacy.
Thank you, Ms. Dawson. Ms. Mitchell, can you give us a summary?
At its meeting of October 8th, 2024, the Complaint Review Committee considered board case number 24-0403 involving Tori Dawson's possible failure to report criminal charges within 10 working days. The committee recommended that the board issue Ms. Dawson an order for non-disciplinary civil penalty for $250 to resolve the complaint. The board accepted the recommendation. On October 22nd, 2024, staff sent Ms. Dawson an order for non-disciplinary civil penalty. Ms. Dawson subsequently requested to appear before the board to appeal the order.
Ms. Dawson, can you tell us a little bit about why you're requesting to appeal the board's decision?
I just like financially, I'm a nursing student also. I'm just not financially able to pay the 250. And at the time of the incident, I informed my pharmacist manager at hand exactly as soon as it happened. And I asked him if there was anybody else I was supposed to inform or let know, like my DL or anything. And he informed me that there wasn't anybody else I had to contact, that if anybody had questions, they would contact me. And I know now, obviously, I should have reached out to the board, but I don't know if there's something else other than paying a fine.
The fine is our typical action here. Would you be able to break it up into a separate payment, something to that effect? I don't know, just trying to come up with an alternative here for you, if possible.
Yeah, I mean, if I have to try and break it up into payments, I guess that's what I have to do. There was a time like I didn't have anywhere to live. I was staying in my car, so I'm just trying to play catch up right now at the moment. But I mean, obviously, if that's what I have to do. That's what I have to do. So I continue to go about my work life.
Madam Chair, we don't necessarily have a payment program or set up anything related to that. It would have to be, one point of consideration is just extending the deadline of paying a fine versus a payment plan.
Ms.
That makes
Dawson,
sense. Go ahead.
Ms. Dawson, you had mentioned you're a nursing assistant school, or are you looking at transitioning from pharmacy to another healthcare role?
Yeah, right now I'm in nursing school at Arizona College of Nursing on Black Canton Highway. That's where I go to school right now full time, and I work full time still at CVS. My goal is still to get like go and get, because right now I'm not certified yet. I just have my training license. My goal is still to get certified and maybe still work part-time because I enjoy what I do. It's just I would like to do more in helping the community, and I feel nursing would be a better suit for me.
Thank you.
Ms. Dawson, if we were able to extend the time for you to pay your fine another 30 days, is that reasonable? So if we gave you maybe till the end of January even to pay the fine, is that something that you think you could manage?
I have to try and manage it out, obviously.
Do we need a motion here if we want to expand? So this is my motion, expand the line till end of January.
Should we put if not paid?
If
Take
not
another
paid,
action.
yeah,
Move
if
to
not,
hearing.
yeah, if not paid, we move to hearing.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Dr. Gandhi.
Quick thought, we might want to, if she doesn't know what that means, move to hearing, we should probably explain that so there's a more reasons why she should fulfill the payment.
Mr. Thorald, would you like to explain that or would you like me to?
What happens if you don't make the payments and it goes to hearing? We could take your license to do this away.
We could revoke your license, which may also impact your nursing if you do pursue a nursing license also in the future as well in Arizona. So highly suggest that you comply here.
Yeah, no, of course, for sure. I'm not one that normally gets in trouble anyway, so.
All right, Dr. Gandhi, roll call, please.
This was a non-disciplinary, so I don't believe.
Okay.
Necessary.
I didn't. Okay. Sounds good. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you, Ms. Dawson.
Thank you.
29E, Daniel Garth Herman.
If we could pause for a moment, her original due date would have been January 20th. Do you want to extend her beyond the end of January?
Oh, so it was
That was
January
December.
20th?
She had 90 days to pay the penalty, and if we just, that's only extending it.
So if we just don't accept her appeal, we would be in the same spot, right? Or is that what you're saying?
Yeah, if you wanted to give her more time, perhaps. put
I
it-
will, yeah, so do we need to modify our motion?
Rescind your motion in the second and make a new motion, please.
Okay, I rescind my motion.
Rescind my second.
And a new motion?
The new motion will be till the end of February. Same verbiage.
Second.
Does that really work that way since we already voted on it and said yes? Don't we have to rescind the whole thing and then have a new motion and re-vote on it?
That's how I interpreted the motion by rescinding the first and the second.
Okay, thank you.
Just we need to
Oh.
reach out to her to let her know. Okay, thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. I see Mr. Herman has joined us. If you could unmute yourself and introduce yourself for the record, please.
Yes, my name is Dan Herman. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Welcome. Ms. Mitchell, if you could give us a brief summary, please.
On or about August 23rd, 2024, staff conducted a continuing education that included Daniel Herman. Prior to reaching out to Mr. Herman, staff reviewed his CPM monitor transcript and discovered that he had completed just 26 of the required 30 hours of continuing education during the audit time period. According to the transcript, Mr. Herman had not completed any opioid-related, substance use disorder-related, or addiction-related continuing education. Staff reached out to Mr. Herman to request documentation of his compliance with the continuing education requirements. He did not respond to that request. On November 8th, 2024, staff issued Mr. Herman an order for non-disciplinary civil penalty. The order required him to pay a $400 civil penalty for the missing 4 hours of continuing education. He was also required to complete and submit documentation of 4 hours of continuing education, including 3 hours of opioid, substance use disorder, related or addiction-related continuing education activities. After receiving the order, Mr. Herman sent staff an email with a copy of his CPE monitor transcript from November 1 of 2021 to October 31st of 2023. The transcript showed his completion of 30 hours of continuing education. It also included 4 hours of CE in opioids, pain management, and substance use disorder. The transcript did not change the outcome of the audit, as the 4 additional hours of coursework were taken on October 31st, 2024, which is after he renewed and outside of the audit period. Mr. Herman has requested to appeal the order.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Mr. Herman, can you tell us why you're requesting to appeal the order?
Yes, I'm not exactly sure what happened. I renewed on October 30th, according to your and my records. I can only assume I would not have done that. I would not have renewed without having completed the CE. I can only assume that I used Power Pack and they're maybe on the Eastern time frame, and I'm sure I did this. I have young kids, so I did it after late at night, and that's the only thing I can assume. I tried to look for a timestamp on, they only stamp it for the date itself. So my contention is that I completed it on October 30th, Arizona time, and it somehow is stamped on PowerPack's site as the 31st.
Thank you. Board members, questions or discussion?
This is the second case, right? Within
We have so many of
couple
these.
months. So the issue is when you renew online, it would tell you at that time you should be completed the 30 hours, not till the end of October.
But he's
That's-
saying he did complete it. It just was timestamped.
That the transmission to the NABP, CPE
Lagged.
monitor showed an East Coast timestamp, which
But we had a similar case, right? When somebody was in the airport and the same thing, kind of the same thing.
Do you remember how we handled that?
Yeah, I mean, I cannot recall. It's been like the last meeting, maybe.
I have a question for you, sir. Do you have like a email completion? Because I know a lot of these will send a direct email to you as soon as they're completed, not only within the, as far as uploading it to NABP.
So that's a great question. I could not provide that as we speak, but I would be glad to look through and see. I don't think PowerPack does that, but I will definitely check that out.
Can we table and give him the opportunity to see if he can get email confirmation times?
I believe there is.
I mean, I'm sorry to interject. Could I make a suggestion, since it seems like this might have been an issue before, that maybe there is just a 24-hour grace period allowed to people. It would cut down the amount of work you guys have to do. Clearly I was trying to comply, and it's much better for like somebody when they get done with the continuing education to then renew their license to they shouldn't have to like make sure it goes through the CPE system
Also,
before.
though, you literally were waiting till the 11th hour when you have 2 years. So there's that as well. I mean, I understand what you're saying, and we have had discussions about it.
But I don't know if we can do something.
Sorry.
Yeah, I'm not, like I can imagine someone just hit yes, submit, and then, oh my God, I forgot my 3 hours of opioid. I mean, I see it happening, right? So I don't know if we can do something to help those kind of situation. I don't know if we are allowed to.
What have we discussed yet, Dr.?
Today, it's not allowed. We are changing
Right.
and applying the rules and statutes to reflect the two full years from November 1st to October 31st. So given a full 2-year cycle, that is being worked on.
But that is not our current rule today. And that is not how we've handled all the other individuals in the past.
No, in this situation, even if we move to that model and we give them till October 31st and they renew at 11 p.m., 10 p.m. at night, there still may be a lag, and now you're. So even if we move to that cycle, we're going to see some issues.
I kind of like Mr. Herman's suggestion. Can we administratively operationalize a grace period for the staff to allow for this? Because this is an administrative burden for the staff and to keep coming back to us, these sorts of appeals.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. I mean, if this was, a month late, I can see us, just automatically denying these kind of things. But these sorts of 1-day issues that we've had come before us over and over, it just seems like that we should be able to agree, like administratively make the decision to accept within 24 hours.
Yeah, I believe if we go in this route, the other cases, I believe we need also to consider. I believe this is one of the case, maybe exactly the same, right? And
I think there might have been like a 3-day difference on the previous.
Right.
it was 3 days difference.
Yeah.
Okay, but yeah, if it's the same, we need to consider the other case.
This is the first time I've heard, East Coast versus Mountain Time, and it makes sense.
Well, it's
I
not-
agree for something like that.
Yeah, and today we're we have consideration before you on this appeal, not necessarily giving us grace period. So we can definitely, on a later agenda item, future agenda, we can throw that on there.
Sorry, can I interject?
We're in discussion right now. So
I'm sorry.
unless
I just wanted you had asked about, I just looked through my emails for Power Pack and they do not send completion emails.
thank you.
The timestamp is on the Power Pack certificate of completion, correct? Is that what we go off of?
He didn't respond to our request for additional information, so all we have is the CPE monitor transcript.
They do have a CE completion certification that would have a timestamp of some sort. I've used Power Pack. They have that. It should have a timestamp.
But I know a lot of pharmacists don't even print those anymore because everything goes.
Even if you don't print it, you can go back to look at it.
Yeah, you can sign into your account, I think. I don't use Power Pack, but
It's been a while, but
if
I'm
if
pretty
it's
sure
if Power Pack is registered in the East Coast, to his point, it will show the 31st.
I think I'd like to see the Power Pack documentation, not just the
within 3
NADP
hours, we'll know.
monitor.
I can go
Yeah.
to my Power Pack to see.
Then can we table this?
So go ahead.
Can we table it so he can look into it, getting us more
So
information?
I'm on the Power Pack website right now, and there is nothing other than the date for completion.
Are you able to pull up the certificates for each CE? I thought they might have a timestamp.
Mr. Herman, do you
The moment, yeah.
an NABP account? Because to my knowledge, each of us have if you create an NABP account, any
Correct.
CEs that you're completed will get recorded by NABP.
And that is what I provided to the board subsequent in November 8th.
Okay.
And I have that up right now. And that is showing, that is what's showing October 31st. That is the crux of the issue, right? Because they're just going to go off of what Power Pack has sent them. And Power Pack shows October 31st as well.
I believe him, and we're chasing a bunch of minutia here. I believe him.
I'm not going to be able to, I will be happy to go back and try. I just think that, like the gentleman said, creates an amazing administrative burden for you guys, not to mention, us trying to comply. And then, anyway.
If it's of the interest of the board, the timestamp on his renewal with us is 10 p.m. on October 30th.
Which would be midnight or 1 a.m. East Coast time.
I can propose that I can reach out to Power Pack. They should have a record. And if everything checks out, then we can do what the board wishes. It's up to the board. Or if it is truly an East Coast, West Coast issue, then we can deal with it behind the scenes. That's just a proposal.
I can get behind that. So a motion to approve his appeal pending verification of the timestamps with Power Pack, and then if you can't get that information, uphold the appeal or uphold the fine.
to Mr. Anderson's point, like let's say he did it like 1 hour, like after midnight, that will be okay with us to accept his appeal. Let's say like he couldn't prove that what's happened. I mean,
So based on the motion to, that would be the discretion of Dr. Gandhi's and the board staff.
yeah.
No, I was answering the question.
Like I'm just, I can imagine like somebody, oh, like I forgot to do my 2 hours of immunization after I submit my payment, and then I did it, and it's still within the renewal period. I mean, which is they already working on it. I understand that, but this is like very small, like maybe 3-4 hours difference. You know what I mean? So
If I may,
yeah,
that would be contrary to what your rule reads.
yeah.
The rule is very specific
Okay.
on what has to be achieved by what time. And then it's problematic to say, 1 hour is okay, but
Yeah.
6 hours late isn't.
Yeah.
So where do we draw that line and when does it
Correct.
become arbitrary and capricious?
I agree, but this kind of situation is tough. Like
Well, there's also the issue that you talked about the scenario where you submit the application, then you complete the hours. When you're submitting that application, you're making an attestation, you're certifying that these hours are done. So to do them afterwards, you've essentially lied on your application. If you're submitting it and they're not done, you're lying on your application.
Maybe we could make it more clear on the renewal language, the attestation.
I believe this is clear. I mean, like as Dr. Gandhi said,
it was-
always gonna have this issue. Always.
It was very clear. I mean, I will say that it is clear, and I would not have attested that I completed the hours if I had not completed the hours.
I'll make a motion to have board staff look into the PowerPoint timestamp. And if it's correct, then go ahead and approve the appeal. If not, then deny the appeal.
I'll second.
I have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you for being present, Mr. Herman.
Madam
No, you
President,
guys-
could we go back to our previous 29D for a moment?
Yes.
My concern there is before she got off line, we voted to give her till the end of the month. Then we voted after she was offline to not extend it past the 19th. We rescinded that vote. So she's off somewhere thinking it's still going to be the end of the month now, and she's only got to the 19th. I think we just need to clarify that with her.
Actually, initially she was told she had till the end of January. And then it was extended to the end of February. So right now she's under the impression she has till the end of January.
But yes, I'm sure staff will be reaching back out to her, I think, as your point, right?
Mr. Unless you've had a secondary motion to the end of February, and I believe that was approved. So we'll reach out.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Thorwald, does that address your concern?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to 29F. No, I'm sorry. Let's go to 29G first because this one I think will be quick. Intern, pharmacist intern extension requests, Elisa May Ong. Hello, Ms. Ong. If you could please introduce yourself and tell us why you're here today.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. My name's Elisa. I graduated from the University of Arizona College of Pharmacy last May of 2023. And since then, I have been working at Walgreens Pharmacy as of September 2024. The reason that I stopped working is because I have been having a hard time passing the North American Pharmacist licensure exam up until now, which is why I'm requesting for an extension of my intern license so that I could get back to work in hopes of taking the NAPLEX for the 5th time. That's what I'm humbly requesting from all of you.
In light of the declaration of her employment, I will recuse and send in a recusal.
So you're still employed by Walgreens?
No.
So why do you need your intern if you're not employed?
Because my
License?
intern license expired in September 30, 2024. So therefore I couldn't work at Walgreens anymore.
Okay, so you need your intern license to seek a job or to find job as an intern?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
In addition to the taking the NAPLEX, it looks like you would also have to retake the MPJE as well.
Yes, correct. Because I've been having a hard time taking the NAPLEX, I wanted to focus on that first before the MPJE. But now with where I'm at, I'm thinking of reconsidering and trying to study for both at the same time, possibly.
Especially you have one more chance, right?
Yeah.
Netflix.
So you're aware that the
Yes.
fifth chance is the
Yes.
last chance.
Yes.
Okay.
Do we have the authority to extend our intern
We
license?
have done it before, I
We have
believe.
done it before. Okay.
Before.
Just want to check.
So usually we do it for 1 year, I believe. Is that right, Randy? Previously? For 1 year?
You've had your original intern license for 5 years?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we have the ability to extend it by another year.
So yeah, I move to accept her request and extend it for 1 more year.
Second.
All right, we've got a motion and a second to extend the intern license for 1 more year.
Just for clarification, is that 1 year from when it expired or 1 year?
Yes, from when it's expired.
Okay.
Any further discussion?
And I'm sorry, does that also approve my 5th attempt as well?
I believe we discussed that. You just talked to the staff because they have authority, right? Not for 5th. So you're requesting to
Take it again for the 5th time.
That's not.
It's not on the agenda.
Oh, okay.
Can we?
Yeah, because I spoke with my request for being in this meeting. The email specifically says to extend my intern license, but because I haven't heard anything, I think it was in the month of October, November, I followed up and I spoke with someone and I clarified this is also to get approval to take my 5th, to have a 5th attempt, right? And they said yes. So it's not in the agenda, but I did get a verbal from someone.
From whom?
I'm sorry, I don't have that
It
information.
looks like Ms. Gertie was the board staff assigned to this case.
Either way, if it's not on the agenda, you can't take action.
Okay. So unfortunately, we can only take action on the intern extension request. And we've got a motion and a second for the intern license to be extended 1 year, and we can take action on that today. We have to put the other item on February's agenda.
Okay.
All right, so voice vote only on this. Is all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. That intern license will be extended for 1 year and board staff will be in contact with you.
Okay, thank you so much.
And please make sure you reach out to the staff to be in the agenda for next time. This is,
Okay.
yeah, that doesn't
Yes.
consider as a request now.
Okay.
Okay, so you need to talk to staff.
Will do.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ms. Ong.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Gandhi, did we change it to where board staff can handle the 5th? We talked about it.
We talked about it statutorily. It says 4th time would be by myself. We changed that in the law, but 5th time it says to appear before the board. So we are working on modifying it.
Thank you, Ms. Ong.
All right, 29F, deviation request from Stellar Pharmacy Services, Inc.
Hey, thanks for having us today. We're here requesting a deviation on Arizona Code 423614 for our long-acting reversible contraceptive access program. I think the best thing we could start with is what the program is, and we have a short presentation. I think everybody's a paper copy, but am I allowed to bring it up on the screen? Because I think that would be helpful for all.
I don't know that we have that functionality enabled. If it's what you provided,
It's the presentation with Stellar RX on it. If everybody has it, that would be
yeah,
great. I can just.
it's in our board book.
All right, great. So I'm just going to page through it really fast. I promise it won't take more than 10 minutes. Just so everybody has the gist of what we're trying to achieve in your state, and then we could talk about the request for deviation. Stellar Pharmacy is an independently owned company. We have a mission of increasing long-acting reversible contraception access to women, underserved populations. We only work with Medicaid populations. And we've been working with some of the providers in your state to, they actually contacted us because they see our work in Tennessee and New Mexico, your neighboring state of New Mexico, where we're having a really great impact. There's Arizona Complete Health, Care First Health, AZ, Arizona State FFS, Banner Health, Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Arizona, that's Health Choice, and Mercy Care Plan. We've all been in contact with all of those, and UHCC. There's 1.8 million lives that they, as a group, that they have together. And Stellar's currently licensed in doing this type of program in PA, DC, Tennessee, New Mexico. We're licensed in Delaware, but we're getting started. I mean, we're approved by the board in all those states, and we are starting in Delaware early quarter of next year. But we're working in other states to get licensed. Paging onto the next page, the public health need. Your own Governor Hobbs actually gave an executive order early part of this year to increase contraceptive access in your state, and there's just a mandate that she did like 2 months of it just recently on kind of with the health, your insurers in the state to actually help increase that access. Your own Medicaid policy 420 actually just was updated this year to include that. It's really the unplanned pregnancies in the United States are at 48%, and there's a real gap in access to long-acting reversible contraception. And there's really two reasons. There's provider constraints, and there's actually the current mechanism just doesn't work. And I'm going to jump into those real fast as we get down to it. Long-acting reversible contraception is safe and effective, and it's there's only 6 products that are put in our cabinets. So we build these cabinets and we put the products in them, and there's only 6 products with the Bear products, and there's Paragard, and there's Mirena, and then we have the actually insertable product, the Nexplanon itself, the product that is subcutaneous. So the next page we talk about like the financial and logistic hurdles, but they're kind of, you really have to listen to them because they're well documented. Physicians can buy and bill a LARC product and insert it in the office, and that's usually like the mainstay, but they're quietly not offered to Medicaid populations over a period of time because they're built on the medical benefit, and they're hard to bill, and they're about $1,000 each, and the fact is, as soon as they're not paid for, about 1 in 6, 1 in 5 are not paid for, they quietly stop offering it because it dismantles their entire profitability for doing it in the office. So most physicians don't offer a buy and bill product to a Medicaid population. It quietly, just is not offered. And then there's the specialty pharmacy route. A patient shows up, they're written a script, they have to come back in 2 or 3 weeks, 3 or 4 weeks is when the product will arrive to the doctor's office, and they never show up. Either they're pregnant or they just, life gets in the way and they don't come back. And it's documented that 50 to 60% of those products are wasted. There's things actually called LARC graveyards. They're sitting in the doctor's offices, never used because they can't be used for anybody because they're already been dispensed by a pharmacy. So we created these cabinets, and it's kind of our labor of love. We couldn't actually put out Pixis cabinets out there or anything that already existed because they didn't have the functionality and they're just way too expensive. So we had to get creative, get our own programmers, make our own product. And it really what happens, and I'm going to flip to the next page. We have a few different cabinets, but the only one we're going to be using in your state is this mini, because it's designed specifically for the LARC program, what we do in Tennessee and your neighbor state of New Mexico. And it's a very smart cabinet. It does inventory management. It helps dispense the product. It tracks it. It does barcoding. It reads barcodes. It makes sure it does end product verification. It monitors inventory levels. We can see if it's online or offline. And we can see the temperature of all the cabinets. We have a dashboard right there in our pharmacy. And Tony, our pharmacy manager, is here if you want to say hi to him, Anthony Capella there. And the way the process works is the patient is in the office and the provider is talking to them, and they talk to them about long-acting reversible contraception, meeting their lifestyle, and the prescription is written, and it comes over to our office as an e-script, and we're able to read it and go through the drug interactions and make sure that there's no contraindications, and then we process it, and as soon as it's paid online, it goes right over to our cabinets, and it's in a queue, so nothing can be changed. It's locked in there. The provider just goes over to the queue, touches it, and the cabinet door will open. Remember, there's only 6 products in there. They pull out the product, they barcode scan it to make sure they have the right product, the label prints, and then remember, nothing leaves the doctor's office. It's for practitioner, it's for insertion in the doctor's office. So the doctor's able to take the product, go right into the exam room, insert the product, and the patient leaves with a contraception that will last them 3 to 6 years, depending on the product that the patient picks. And it's been having an amazing impact in Tennessee and New Mexico. We're up to I'm not sure how many, we have like 15 cabinets there and growing. In Tennessee, we have about 50 cabinets, and we're able to dispense about 4,000 of these last year without errors. There's no you can talk to the Tennessee board. We have to report to them every quarter on a whole bunch of different things. On they have to know where the offices are. We report on all the dispensings, like quantity and not the patient information, of course, but everything that's done and the impact that we're actually having on the state. And everything is affecting their own TennCare program, and that's the way it's working in New Mexico. Even though they have many different providers, all the different MCOs, but we work with every single one of them. So which is kind of very good. Now, the LARC program, like I said, is only for provider administered drugs. There's nothing walking out the door labeled in a container. They're a fully automated system, meaning that when inventory is coming to them, it has a system that's easily trained for the providers to pull that information in. And like I said, we're already working, and we've been contacted by the MCOs in your state and your state Medicaid program to get involved in the state, and that's why we're here. We don't come into a state and start working unless we have, like we usually, because other state Medicaid programs watch other states, and they contact us and we get involved. And our request today is for us to be able to look at our deviation request, see if we can accomplish our goal of providing the people in your state access, the underserved group, to a really effective form of contraception that is not available to them right now. And and we're looking for a deviation to Arizona Code 423-614, which is the automated storage and distribution system, which is there's three components that we're looking at. It's B2AII, B2C, and B3B, you know. So does anybody have any questions so far before we dive into the actual deviation request?
Yeah, thank you very much for the information. Before we go to the code and deviation, so you mentioned multiple times that this is model of pharmacy will help people underserved population, and all what I heard about billing insurance, Medicaid or Medicare, RX benefits or medical benefits, but for uninsured, when come to me like under like for poverty, under poverty population, what about those with no insurance?
Well, we work like in the state of Pennsylvania, we work with Children's Hospital, and they'll get a grant and they'll fund, you know, products in the cabinet, and we'll do inventory for them and things like that. We're concentrating on the gap, the access unavailability for your Medicaid population. So maybe I should be clearer. It's, you know, there's not, I mean, this is not, you know, a program. I mean, this is a heavy lift for a program. We create the cabinets, we stock them, we get them out there. It's really a delivery system to create access.
So these units are programmed to have profiles that interface with the physician's EHR system?
Yeah, to be clear, it comes into our pharmacy system, the EHR, and then the record from the pharmacy system pushes out to that individual cabinet where in the physician office is where the prescription came from.
So I really see like a benefits for our patients. I don't know about the rules and the code. We talk about this, but I can imagine somebody like come back in 4 weeks or 6 weeks, you know what I mean, to implement this medication will be like on the same appointment. I really see a benefits on this, but we can discuss the deviation.
I'm sorry, I didn't
Yeah, actually,
understand.
I mean, what I'm saying, like, I really see a benefits for our population having this kind of workflow.
Yeah, I mean, because thank you. I mean, there's there's actually a 50 to 60% loss of product when the patient has to come back. I mean, it's amazing, and the data's out there. It's not national data. We can provide it to you gladly. You know, it's a true problem, and then that's why the problem of buy and bill exists, because for commercial patients, you can easily go in there and bill the product, but the fact of the matter is for a Medicaid patient, an office has a hard time doing it. It creates, you know, patients can change between MCOs. They can look at their, you know, what insurance they're signed up on the day of the, and then attempt to bill for it, but they could have actually changed 2 days ago because those records aren't updated. It's way more complex than you think, and that's why it's a quiet, like, you know, it's something that's quietly not offered to the Medicaid population.
Is this, you're saying this goes under pharmacy coverage? Because
it does, because we
PBM may only want to bill it under medical.
Well, the insurance, we work with the insurance companies. We actually get them to actually run it through the PBM and actually make it a pharmacy benefit and able to, you know, work through the, you know, and bill it on the pharmacy side. And that's why we have to be, you know, licensed as an extension of the pharmacy in a way, these cabinets that they have to, you know.
Used for medical billing. I'm just
What's
curious
that?
if that would be under purview. So it wouldn't be used for medical billing, only pharmacy billing?
It's only pharmacy billing. Yeah.
Okay.
It's billed through a PBM, approved by the insurance company through specific contracts. And usually the insurance companies kind of work work like this for them. Like the ones that sign up for us will tell us which clinics to go to first and say, this is our areas of biggest impact. This is where we'll get the biggest results. You know, this is where we see the most unplanned pregnancies. This is where we have the biggest opiate issues, where, you know, we're having, you know, infants in hospitals, you know, that, you know, for addicted patients. And so we aim for those areas first. You know, we go in there first.
Do you have hormonal and non-hormonal options?
Yeah, actually, Paragard's non-hormonal, and I think the rest are hormonal. So, Tony's Lilana, what is Lilana? Is that hormonal? Or you're the expert.
Is
Hormonal.
the
All right.
pharmacist that's reviewing these claims and performing DUR located in another state and going to be licensed here in Arizona?
Yeah, Tony's right there. He's in Avondale, Pennsylvania. We work all these programs remotely. We get an out-of-state permit, and that's why we come to you before we do anything in the state.
So how can we assure the nurse staff or physician providers did not pull out the wrong
What's that?
medication? How we can ensure the safety and prevent errors? Like let's say provider.
Like I said before, we haven't had an error, and this is how the system works. It's only stocked with 6 products, so it's pretty simple, right? The order comes through in a queue. So let's say that Julie Jones is a patient, and she's already processed, and the provider in the office is looking to insert Julie Jones. You know, give her a Mirena, you know, in the office, which is an IUD. They'll select the Mirena. The door will pop open. They select the Mirena, but it will not allow them to go any farther without scanning it and making sure they have the right product. You know, they scan the product. If it's the wrong product,
label and the product.
What's that, Tony?
They have to scan the prescription label and the product. So the label's barcoded, and they scan the barcode on the product. If they pull the wrong product or they scan the wrong product, they'll get an error message. They can't proceed.
And how do you handle recall? Like if you have a recall from manufacturer, how do you handle those?
Tony, can I jump on that?
Sure.
All of our system, we can see all of our inventory through a dashboard right in Stellar Pharmacy. Everything is serial numbered and barcoded and down to the, you know, down to lot number, then down to the serial number. So if there's a recall, we can track it and get it back right away. So we know where every product is and every number and every expiration date. You know, it's all tracked very well.
So who manages the loading of the medications in these units?
So that's one of the things we want to talk about today. It's one of the requests. We usually get an office manager or a healthcare provider in the office, whatever the state board requests, and we train them on the system because it's very simple. Like we build the manifest at Stellar Pharmacy in Avondale. They arrive at the doctor's office. They scan the barcode on the package, and it starts walking them through, you know, counting the current inventory and adding the new inventory. And if there's any deviations, they have to put it in there. It usually, when we don't have loss, I don't believe we've ever had loss, because it's not really a product that it's actually stolen or could be used out of, unless they took it for another insurance, or we don't have loss. It just doesn't happen in our case. So the fact is that it walks them through an automated stocking program, and then we know when it's completed because it actually gives us a signal on the dashboard. We know when it's sent. We know when it's in transit. We know, that it's being, put into the Expedos on site, and we know when it's completed. So we have a very good. We're pharmacists. We have we help the programmers program the system. We built them internally, so it thinks like pharmacists would think in a way. Tony, do you want to add anything to that?
No, our technician here monitors the dashboard every day for pulls and additions to the cabinet, If there is a problem, or it appears like there's a problem, we will get in contact with the office, and walk them through the process. That happens very infrequently, though.
So with the current setup, looks like you guys are relying on office staff to handle the loading of the medication in these units.
Yes, we
Yes,
are.
and
In
that
other
was one of the
states, we are.
deviation
Yeah.
requests.
I believe this is part of the request.
Yeah.
Can we, Mr. Leon, can you go through the request, what they need to deviate out
Sure.
of what code?
My name is Truman Leong, a compliance officer, and just available for any questions for the board.
So what do you need to review here?
So physically, the description of their automated cabinet is more closely related to R423614, just mechanistically, but it does operate more like a pharmacy kiosk where it's being supervised by a pharmacy. It handles real-time prescription, doctor orders, and is able to adjudicate and bill insurance and then generate a label. But the difference there is that this particular cabinet doesn't interface with the patient themselves. It'll be interfaced by the provider at the clinic office. Perhaps additional concern for the board, if the deviation is under 614, they would be placed in providers' offices that aren't permitted by the pharmacy board. So for consideration.
I mean, I really like the idea. My only concern is how we can ensure we don't have expired items. I don't think
That's
we
a
will-
very,
Yeah.
we actually pull everything that's within 90 days out of the cabinet because we actually know the expiration of everything that's in the cabinet, and we actually have a rep in New Mexico. Well, he just quit. We'll have a new rep in New Mexico, which so that lived in Arizona. So we were gonna have them work in the state as we get larger in size. The State Board of Tennessee wanted our rep in the state to be a pharmacy technician so that they'd have some, authority over us and the person going into the offices and things like that. So we did comply. We actually had got our rep in Tennessee, and she's a registered certified tech in Tennessee to be going into all the LAR cabinets. And she goes in there once a quarter, does a full inspection. And that's why, we set it for 90 days, but we know when everything's going to expire. But at least if the system does have an error, and it never did so far, we'd be able to pull it before it expired because she's in there once a quarter. So we have a very good plan with that.
Yeah. I don't think we can inspect those kiosk machines, right? I don't think we can go to his office.
I have an alternative. I have an alternative thought based on what it looks like their operations are. It doesn't really fit a remote pharmacy. It doesn't really fit a kiosk, but I think this kind of more closely fits a kiosk. And a kiosk has a permit, right, in Arizona, which would give us authorization to inspect it and those kinds of things. I think I would prefer, if they're willing, to look at doing the deviation off of the kiosk license versus doing it off of the non-resident pharmacy. I'm very supportive of this and want to find a way to do it.
Yeah.
But
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Sorry.
Go ahead.
We started looking at the kiosk as our first methodology of the deviation, and the functionality. See, the Medicaid programs are tight. There's not. I'm just going to be blunt. There's not a lot of margin to achieve what you need to achieve, right? So the fact of the matter is, like we build the cabinets so we don't have to buy these very expensive cabinets, so because there's a return, so you can move on and put more cabinets out there. This is like, we'll send you our profitability. We're not a profitable company. We're doing this as a whole. It's a lot of public service here, so we're not making money on this. It's kind of like this thing where. We're into this and we love it, and it's a belief system. So the kiosk has all these different things that have to happen on a programming level and complicated mechanisms because they're being dispensed right to a patient. You know what I mean? It's happening right to a patient, into a patient's hands. These are going into a licensed practitioner's hands that are inserting it into the patient.
I think
You know,
excuse me, but I think we could potentially do a deviation that it could be administered to the licensed healthcare professional versus to the patient.
okay, all right. That's
Kim, I don't know if you've got thoughts or Truman on this, but I mean, like I said, I'm supportive of this and want to find a way to make this happen. I just would like to be able to have a way that we can inspect this facility, this device, which if we permit it off of the non-resident pharmacy permit, I don't know that we have the ability to do that.
So,
Since it's in a prescriber
Marcus,
office.
May I say
part of our
something?
waiver in Tennessee.
I'm
didn't
sorry.
inspect cabinets?
there is a waiver in Tennessee that
I would like to hear. I would like to hear from board staff, please.
Yeah, just like I have one question. When you bill insurance, which address would show? Would show the main address in Tennessee or would show Arizona address?
It shows
Patient, you
the
mean?
address in Avondale because that's how it's contracted. The you know,
So the main location. So it will
is
not
that
show
correct, Tony?
no,
Yes.
yeah, not show the doctor's office or provider's office address.
Correct.
Okay. So that's why if we make it like kiosk pharmacy, it should show that address for kiosk pharmacy. So what do you think, Mr. Leon?
I would like to hear from Dr. Gandhi or Truman on their thoughts on this.
Yeah, I think Mr. Leong hit the nail on the head earlier. That thinking about it from a kiosk perspective would make more sense so that we have the ability to track it. I think there's a lot of differences from historical requests we've had regarding kiosk in areas. This is directly in the clinic or doctor's office that is being administered, so patients not necessarily walking out and administering it themselves. So the practice seems like a lot better. It's a closed system, but I think we need to look at it from a kiosk perspective.
Do you think we could accomplish the deviations that are needed for them to operationalize this without making them create a lot of changes to their current processes, Dr. Gandhi?
It's possible. Gene said myself and my team will have to probably put our heads together. I mean, the definition of deviation was expanded, made it a lot more broad. So it's possible it could fit that bucket. But we can definitely take it offline and have that discussion.
Now, may I interject one other thing? And I like the way this is going. I just want to add a piece of information. In Tennessee, they created a deviation for the ability to inspect the cabinets. How was that done, Tony? Do you...
They will notify Christie of their intent to go to inspect the cabinet, and they'll meet Christie at the office, and they review the contents of the cabinet and expiration dates, etc.
And then we in turn had to go back and expand the contract, saying that they may get an inspection by the state board that affects the cabinets, and they have to accept that. You know, they accept it as part of the addendum. I don't think they have to accept it, but they all have. You know what I mean? So.
I got a question for Tony real quick. Tony, are you working in a pharmacy here in Arizona, or is that your home office?
I am at our home office. We are licensed as an out-of-state pharmacy, non-resident pharmacy.
He's actually in the pharmacy in Pennsylvania, not a home office.
And this, we can sort of have like a virtual inventory, sort of those things like this is the main pharmacy out of state. They have a virtual inventory in state. Is there something we can help the situation?
So are we at a point, Ms. Madam Chair, of potentially framing a motion?
Potentially. Does anybody have any thoughts?
Should we table this request and have the remote, or not the remote pharmacy, excuse me, the
Yes.
have Stellar Pharmacy Services work with board staff on creating a deviation request under the kiosk rule versus the automated dispensing machine rule, and then come back to the board when that discussion comes to an appropriate and fruitful deviation request?
I don't know if we should be that specific or if we should just direct the staff to continue to work with them to find a solution. Because there might be something that comes up that makes that not possible based on their operating model. So I don't want to shut down this possibility, but I would prefer to move the direction of the kiosk if we can, versus the way that they're submitting it. But I think allowing the staff to continue to work it out with them is wise, and I think we're all supportive of this and want to find a way to get it done.
Sounds good.
Yeah. Is that your motion?
Do we need a motion? Well, we'll just table and allow the staff to continue to work
Okay.
through the details. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion carries. Thank you very much for your attendance and for hanging in there with us. Staff will be in communication with you so that we can figure out what's the best way to move forward to get this done, hopefully.
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Thank you for your consideration, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Dr. Gandhi, I think that takes us to future agenda items. Is that correct?
That is correct, Madam Chair.
I guess I'll start recap from yesterday. I think we are looking to potentially have staff do a presentation, or NAVP do a presentation to the board members on the Pulse programs, the Pulse program from NAVP. I also think at some point it could be beneficial as the UPJ moves forward for an educational session for board members and for the public about what the UPJE is. And then I think it's timely that we potentially look at trying to get an update from the various different monitoring programs for us to find out kind of where they're at, how many people we have in the monitoring programs, etc. So those were the items that I had on my list for today.
Ms. Walmsley, I just wanted to add to the monitoring programs, if that could be something that could be annualized on the agenda, so that it's not just periodic and upon request. Can we make that an annual request to get that from our monitoring program partners?
I know we should entertain discussion, but that's going to be difficult because there's no state contract anymore, and it could be anybody that board staff reviews and approves. So it may become challenging.
I have one. In a complaint that I was recused from, there was, just want to make sure that was okay to talk about. There was only 2 weeks notice, I believe, given to patients when a pharmacy was closing. And that doesn't seem sufficient to me for our patients to be able to get information, and maybe they got a 90-day supply. They didn't even know the pharmacy was closing. So I don't know that that's enough notice to give to our patients, and we don't want to interrupt their care. So I would say we need to look at extending that time frame.
It's only 4 items. I'm entertaining 6 more or so.
Anything else?
All right, going.
All right. That brings us to call to the public.
Madam Chair, I think we have Mr. Garrett in the audience who's taking over AZPA, and I think he'd like to say a few comments.
I would love that. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Turner.
How are you? So good afternoon to everyone, and thank you for having me here today. I am Garrett Turner, the new CEO of the Arizona Pharmacy Association. I've got a chance to meet with Cam, with Madam President, and with several others here on the board. I look forward to collaborating with you all and finding ways to, bring new and innovative ways to service the public and to keep them safe. So I want to say thank you for what you do, and also say that this has been a very eye-opening experience today. You all do a lot of really great work and make a lot of really important decisions in this room. So again, thank you for what you do. Any questions for me, though, about my background or the organization as it stands?
We can't ask you any questions right now,
Okay.
unfortunately.
Got you. All right. Well, thank you very much.
But Garrett, the floor is yours. If there's anything you'd like to share, now is your time. Now is your time to do it. We just can't ask you questions.
Sounds good, but I think that the worst place to be is between a hungry board of people and me. So for now, I think it's just great to have been here and to introduce myself. And I think maybe during a future call to the public, I'll spend a little bit more time sharing more about the organization and myself, if that sounds good. All
Thanks,
right.
Garrett. Thanks,
Thank you.
Garrett. Welcome to Arizona. Looking forward to working with you. Anyone else in the room? Go ahead.
Madam Chair, if I may add an agenda item, maybe have Mr. Turner come to a future meeting so that we can entertain in a dialogue with him back and forth.
Yeah. I like that idea. Let's let him get his feet wet for a couple months and then bring him in to have a discussion with everybody.
Absolutely.
He did not hear you.
All right. Last call for anybody in the room. If not, wish everybody a happy holidays. Sorry that traffic prohibited me from getting there this morning, and sorry that I didn't get to see you all in person today. But happy holidays to everybody, and we will adjourn the meeting. Take care.